Hey there. Tonight we're going back. Not to royal courts or grand romances, but to the dirt paths, smoky cottages, and quiet, ordinary lives of medieval peasants. You'll live their story of love, from awkward glances in the harvest fields to whispered vows, shared struggles, and the bittersweet lessons of loss. You'll face not only hunger and hardship, but also the risks and rare joys of finding love in a world where even marriage came at a price. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who else is out there, drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights. Turn on a fan for that soft background hum. Settle in, and let's begin. At the very beginning of a peasant's path to love. It begins before you can speak, before you can walk, before you can even comprehend what the word love might mean. In truth, it begins the moment you are born, perhaps even before that, when your parents, standing over your squalling, red-faced body, consider not only how to feed you, but also whom you might someday marry. Not for your sake, of course. No, marriage among peasants in your medieval world is not a matter of romance or destiny or fluttering hearts. It is a matter of survival. For families, for fields, for bloodlines. A matter of cattle, of dowries, and of how many mouths the common soil can sustain. You are a peasant child, born in a thatched roof cottage of wattle and daub, warmed by a smoky hearth, and wrapped in coarse linen. Your family owns no land of their own. They work the strips of a lord's domain, labouring from sun-up to sundown in exchange for the right to survive another year. They count their wealth not in coins, which you rarely see, but in bushels of grain, the number of chickens scratching in the yard, and the health of your father's back. And you are another potential bargaining chip in this precarious life. If you are a daughter, your future lies in the dowry your father must scrape together, a sum of coins or goods to make you more appealing to a husband's family. If you are a son, your duty will be to marry a woman whose dowry might relieve some of your family's burdens. Either way, your heart's preferences will matter little. It is not uncommon for children to be promised to one another when still swaddled. Arranged marriages, or more accurately, arranged future marriages, are a long-standing tradition among the peasantry, as they are among nobles, though with rather fewer castles involved. If your family has a friendly relationship with the family of a neighbouring tenant, an agreement might be struck over an evening of ale. When your Robert is of age, your father might say, raising his cup, "And my Agnes is ready, they shall be wed." The other man nods, and the matter is, for the moment, settled, sealed with drink rather than ink. You, meanwhile, are blissfully unaware of these arrangements. You spend your early years scrambling after chickens, chewing on stale crusts, and listening to the occasional tale by the hearth. The only marriage you witness is your parents', a practical, weary union forged in the crucible of necessity rather than courtship. If there was once love between them, it is buried beneath layers of fatigue, debt, and aching joints. As you grow, the world begins to press in with its expectations. By the age of 7 or 8, you are old enough to work in the fields or tend to livestock. You see older siblings or village youths preparing for marriage, and you hear the whispers. She'll be a fine wife one day, if her dowry is good. He'll need a strong girl to help with the plough. Romance is rarely mentioned, unless in the bawdy songs sung by tipsy labourers at feast days. And yet, even among peasants, human nature cannot be entirely subdued by pragmatism. Among the younger folk, there are furtive glances, flushed cheeks, and awkward stammering at the midsummer fair. Love, of a sort, blooms in the cracks between duty and tradition. But beware, the church watches, and so does the village. Speaking of the church, it looms over your life as heavily as the stone tower over the village green. From the pulpit, the priest preaches often of marriage, that sacred sacrament ordained by God not to be entered into lightly. The church requires that banns be read for 3 consecutive Sundays before a marriage can proceed, to allow anyone with objections, such as prior betrothals, forbidden kinship, or existing vows, to come forward. This is not merely a formality. Medieval canon law is strict about consanguinity. You may not marry a cousin within the 4th degree, though in a tiny village where everyone is related to everyone else, this can be a rather tangled web to navigate. Furthermore, the Church insists that marriages be conducted with free consent from both parties. In theory, you must say "I will" of your own volition. In practice, the weight of family expectation is a cudgel heavier than any priest's threats. To refuse a match arranged by your parents would invite shame upon your entire household, and potentially leave you unmarriageable thereafter. There are tales, of course, of headstrong girls or stubborn lads who defied such arrangements, running off to marry without parental blessing. These stories generally end in ruin, excommunication, or both. By your early teens, the matter of your own marriage begins to take shape. If you are a girl, your mother speaks to you more urgently about the skills a good wife must possess: baking, brewing, spinning, managing a household. If you are a boy, your father measures your worth by the strength of your arms and your ability to provide. You attend feast days with keen eyes, not to find love, but to see who is available, and whose family might benefit yours. Still, beneath this scaffolding of obligation, your heart stubbornly beats. You might find yourself drawn to the miller's daughter, whose laughter rings like a bell, or to the blacksmith's son, whose arms are strong and eyes soft. But such affections must be tempered by realism. If their family lacks land or wealth, your parents will swiftly extinguish any hope of a match. Love won't fill your belly, your mother might say, scrubbing a pot, nor keep the roof from leaking. For daughters, the dowry remains a constant worry. A poor family may struggle for years to assemble even a modest one: a few coins, a cow, a chest of linens. Without it, you risk remaining unmarried, or worse, marrying far below your hopes. Some desperate families resort to unthinkable measures, such as borrowing money at ruinous interest, or selling prized possessions. For sons, the concern lies in whether they can secure a plot of land, however small, to support a wife and children. Meanwhile, the local lord holds a card of his own, the merchet. This is a fee paid by the bride's family to the lord when a daughter marries, compensation for the loss of her labour. It is yet another expense in a long list that weighs upon your future union. In some villages, lords are lenient. In others, they extract every penny they can. As you edge toward adulthood, which, in your world, arrives earlier than modern sensibilities would allow, you begin to feel the tightening noose of expectation. Girls are often married by the age of 14 or 15, boys a few years later, once they can shoulder more responsibility. There is no time for long courtships or youthful dalliances. Life is short, uncertain, and marked by the drumbeat of the seasons. Famine or plague might sweep away your village tomorrow. Better to secure alliances and produce heirs while you can. And so the day comes when your parents call you aside. There is someone they wish you to consider, or more accurately, to accept. Perhaps you have met them only in passing. Perhaps not at all. Your feelings are of little account. The match is suitable, the dowry arranged, the banns will soon be read. You may feel a flutter of hope or a sinking dread. Either way the wheel turns, indifferent to your desires. In the weeks that follow, you begin to grasp the shape of your future. If you are fortunate, your intended is kind, or at least tolerable. If not, well, there is little to be done. The Church frowns upon divorce, and annulments are reserved for rare and specific cases. You may quietly pray for a change of fortune, but the village will not wait. As preparations commence, you watch the older married couples with new eyes. You see weary mothers chasing squalling children, husbands returning from the fields with bent backs and hollow eyes. You hear whispers of unhappiness, of tempers flaring and affections fading. But you also see small moments of tenderness, a shared crust of bread, a weary smile, a hand grasped in comfort during illness. These, perhaps, are the true riches of a peasant marriage. Not the dowry, not the feast, but the fragile possibility of companionship amid hardship. And so, with little say in the matter, you march toward matrimony. You are promised long before you understood what love is. Now you must learn it the hard way in the crucible of daily toil and fleeting joys. Whether affection will blossom or wither remains to be seen. But for now, the banns are read. The priest awaits. The future, such as it is, begins. By now, you've learned a few truths about the world. Chief among them, the life of a peasant does not pause for sentiment. The fields must be sown and reaped, animals tended, thatch patched, debts paid. Love, if it exists at all in this hard life, must sprout like wildflowers between the stones, unexpected, fleeting, and often crushed underfoot. And yet, as the wheel of the seasons turns, there comes one time each year when even the most burdened souls may dare to glance sideways, to steal a smile, or to feel a stirring in the chest they scarcely understand. That time is the harvest. The harvest is no mere chore. It is the event upon which your entire survival hinges. If the yield is poor, the winter ahead will be one of hunger, sickness, and watching neighbours with hollow eyes bury their children in frozen soil. If the yield is good, the Lord will take his share, the church will take its tithe, and with any luck, your family may just scrape through until spring. This is the grim arithmetic of peasant life. But amid this most serious of labours, the harvest also draws the entire village together, young and old, able and infirm. And where there is gathering, there is the chance, just the chance, for something more than toil. You are of the age now when such things matter. Not a child, not quite an adult, but old enough that your gaze lingers longer than it should on certain faces. Old enough to feel a curious lightness when the blacksmith's daughter hands you a cup of water, her fingers brushing yours. Old enough that the sly comments of older peasants, once a source of confusion, now land with a blush. The harvest field, for all its back-breaking labour, becomes your accidental theatre of courtship. The work begins before dawn, when the air still holds the night's chill, and the mist curls low over the barley. You gather with the others, sickle in hand, muscles already aching in anticipation. The steward of the manor surveys the field and barks orders. The priest mutters a blessing, and then the cutting begins. A slow, rhythmic swish of blades through golden stalks. All day you bend and slice, bundle and stack, sweat dripping into your eyes. But you are not alone. All around you, the village works as one great body, and among them, there, her or him, the person whose presence seems to pull your gaze again and again, though you dare not be obvious. It is during the brief pauses that romance has its slender moments. At midday, when the sun hangs high and the workers break for bread and ale beneath the shade of an ancient oak, there is laughter, teasing, the exchange of glances. The older women smile knowingly, for they remember their own youth. The older men chuckle, though they warn that too much dalliance will bring trouble. The young, however, are heedless. For an hour, perhaps two, the field becomes a place not only of labour, but of life. Village fairs are rare, but the harvest is its own sort of celebration. The sheer relief of seeing the grain safely gathered loosens tongues and tempers. There may be singing, coarse, joyful songs passed down through generations. If the steward is in a generous mood, perhaps a cask of better ale is opened. And in these moments, you watch as hands linger a touch too long when passing a cup, as smiles are exchanged over crusts of bread. For the first time, you understand why the old tales of love and loss are sung in the tavern. Even here, under the stern eye of the Lord's reeve, and the weary gaze of your own parents, something stirs. The church, of course, is less enthusiastic about such goings-on. Father Anselm's sermons warn frequently against temptation, reminding the village that marriage is a sacrament not to be approached lightly. He speaks sternly of sin, of the dangers of carnal desire, of the fires of hell awaiting the unchaste. Yet even he must concede that the harvest is necessary, and with it the mingling of youths inevitable. One suspects that in his younger days, Father Anselm too may have looked across the barley with a wistful eye. Customs vary from village to village, but across much of the land, certain tokens of affection have long been part of this season. A young man might weave a garland of wheat stalks and present it, shyly, awkwardly, to the girl who caught his eye. A maiden might tuck a bright ribbon into her hair, a signal of openness to courtship. Such gestures are simple, but in a world where so little is your own, they carry great weight. If you are fortunate, your feelings may be returned. A shared smile, a whispered word beneath the stars, as the village celebrates the final sheaves gathered. These are treasures more precious than coin. Yet caution is ever required. Parents watch closely, eager to avoid matches that do not suit their interests. The Lord Steward observes as well, for marriages without proper approval can cause endless trouble. And then there is the ever-present church, ready to remind you that desire is dangerous, that the path to love must be trod with care. Still, you are young. Caution is not your first instinct. One crisp evening, as the last carts rumble toward the granary, you find yourself lingering by the river where the workers wash away the dust of the fields. There she is, or he, alone, humming a tune half remembered from childhood. Your heart pounds as you approach. Words come clumsily. Hands fidget. Yet somehow conversation flows. You speak of the harvest, of the coming feast, of little things that scarcely matter. But beneath the words, a current runs strong. When you part, there is a promise in the glance exchanged. Of course, not every such encounter ends well. The village is a place of long memories and sharp tongues. Should a flirtation go too far, or a dalliance result in scandal, the consequences are swift and harsh. A girl seen slipping from the woods at dawn may find herself the subject of cruel gossip. A boy whose attentions become too forward may face the wrath of an irate father, or worse, the lash of the manor's reeve. The church offers public penance for such transgressions, but the shame lingers long after the prayers have faded. Yet knowing the risks does not quench the longing. In truth, the very danger adds a strange sweetness to each glance, each smile. You are not alone in this. The songs sung during the harvest feast tell of such things. Ballads of star-crossed lovers, of midnight meetings, of love lost and found, and lost again. The old women shake their heads at the foolishness of youth, but their eyes gleam with the memory of their own days beneath the summer sun. The harvest feast itself is a rare joy. For one night at least, the burdens of the year are set aside. The manor's hall, usually reserved for grim councils and the collection of rents, is lit with flickering torches. Long trestle tables groan under the weight of bread, cheese, pottage, and, if fortune smiled, roast meat. Ale flows freely, laughter rings loud. Here, amid the din and the dance, many a heart finds courage it lacked beneath the sun's harsh glare. It is during one such feast that you gather your nerve. Clumsy though you may be, you offer your hand as the musicians strike up a lively tune. The dance is simple. A circle, a turn, a meeting of eyes across the flickering shadows. For a few stolen moments, the world narrows to the warmth of a hand in yours, the rhythm of feet on packed earth, the music weaving through the night like a spell. But dawn comes, as it always does, with its cold clarity. The harvest ends, the fields lie bare. Soon the grinding toil of winter will begin anew. Whether the spark kindled beneath the harvest moon will survive the snows remains to be seen. For some, this season's flirtation will fade like mist. For others, it marks the beginning of a long and winding path toward marriage or heartbreak. As you shoulder your bundle and trudge home beneath the paling stars, you cannot say what the future holds. But for now, the memory of that smile, that touch, that brief dance in the dark, is enough. Love, you are learning, may be fleeting in this harsh world. Yet even a glimpse of it, stolen among the sheaves, is a treasure no lord can tax, and no priest can forbid. There are some things that no lord, no priest, no weary parent can truly stop. The human heart is one of them. You may live in a world where land is scarce, and love is often bought and sold, where the church sets strict boundaries round desire, and where marriages are arranged with the cold logic of necessity. Yet even here, beneath the grey skies of your medieval village, affection blooms in secret. You've glimpsed it in the harvest fields, a glance held too long, a smile exchanged beneath the weight of duty, and now, as the days shorten and the cold creeps in, you find yourself drawn again and again toward one person in particular. Of course you can't simply say so. The village is small, its eyes are many. To speak openly of your feelings before your parents have arranged the matter would be reckless, if not ruinous. Gossip travels faster than the plague, and a single misstep could see you shamed, or worse, forced apart. So you turn to the ancient language of tokens, secret gifts passed from one hand to another, each one carrying more meaning than 1,000 words spoken aloud. This is a custom as old as memory, practiced by peasants across the land. The objects themselves are simple, for what riches do you possess? A bright ribbon, perhaps, woven through the hair. A small handkerchief, embroidered clumsily in the dim light of the hearth. A carved wooden trinket. A heart, a bird, a ring, fashioned with care during long winter evenings. Such gifts are not extravagant, nor meant to be. Their value lies not in gold or silver, but in the time and thought they represent. If you are a boy, you may spend weeks crafting the perfect token. After the day's labour, you linger by the fire, knife in hand, whittling a piece of yew or oak into something that will, you hope, convey all that your tongue cannot. Your father may grumble at the wasted time, your mother may smile knowingly, but neither will interfere, so long as you are discreet. When at last the gift is ready, you must find your moment. A chance encounter after Mass, a stolen instant at the market, a whispered word behind the alehouse. Your heart pounds as you offer it, hand trembling just slightly. If you are a girl, the custom is no less fraught. You might choose to wear a ribbon of a particular colour, red for affection, blue for constancy, or to tie it where your admirer will see it. You might bake a small loaf of bread, and, with a glance and a hurried touch, pass it to him as the loaves are distributed after church. Or, in the rarest of moments, you might slip a pressed flower into his palm as your paths cross on some narrow lane. Each act is a gamble, for while affection may be returned, it may also be rejected, and rejection in this world is never a private affair. Church teachings, of course, cast a long shadow over such rituals. Father Anselm is fond of reminding the village that chastity is the shield of the righteous, and that gifts given with impure intent are a gateway to sin. His sermons ring through the chill air each Sunday, heavy with warnings of damnation. Yet even he cannot stop the tide of human longing. After all, he too was young once, though you suspect he would not admit it. Nor is the Church alone in its disapproval. Parents watch their children with wary eyes, keen to prevent matches they deem unsuitable. A girl caught consorting with a boy of low prospects may find herself locked indoors, her steps shadowed by a watchful brother. A boy seen too often in the company of a girl whose dowry is beyond his reach may face a stern beating and a warning to remember his place. Love must navigate a treacherous path indeed, and yet it persists. There is a particular thrill in such secrecy, a sweetness born of danger. The glance exchanged across a crowded feast, the brush of fingers as a token is passed, the warmth of a smile that lingers long after the giver has gone. These are treasures beyond measure in a life so often ruled by hardship. Sometimes the tokens are more than mere gifts. In some villages, old superstitions linger, the belief that certain charms can bind the heart of another. A lock of hair braided with red thread, a sprig of rosemary slipped into a lover's pouch, a coin marked with secret signs. These are whispered of in the shadows, traded among the boldest of youths. The Church condemns such practices as witchcraft, but the old ways die hard, especially where the heart is concerned. Of course, not all tokens are given with noble intent. There are those, older men, wealthier men, who use their coin to press gifts upon younger girls, seeking to buy what affection cannot truly grant. A fine comb, a necklace of cheap glass beads, a pair of soft shoes, all might be offered with a smile that turns cold when refused. The girls know to be wary, and the older women of the village are quick to intervene where they can. But the balance of power is seldom fair, and not all stories end happily. For those fortunate enough to share a genuine affection, the exchange of gifts marks the slow unfolding of something deeper. Weeks pass. Winter deepens. The lanes grow muddy, the fields barren. Yet the heart does not hibernate. You find excuses to linger where they might be, fetching water from the well, tending sheep near the same pasture, lingering in the churchyard after Mass. Words remain few, but the tokens accumulate, small anchors of hope against the relentless tide of daily toil. And then one day it happens. Perhaps at the edge of the woods, beneath the bare branches dusted with frost. Perhaps in the dim warmth of the alehouse, while the older folk are lost in drink. A moment when you find yourselves alone, when the weight of unspoken words becomes too great. A hand brushes a cheek, a gaze meets yours without fear, and in that fragile instant, a kiss is given. Shy, uncertain, but burning with all that has been held back. It is a dangerous thing, this kiss. Should it be seen, tongues will wag. Should it be confessed, penance will be harsh. Yet for all the risk, it is worth more than any dowry, any marriage contract. It is perhaps the only part of this tangled dance that belongs solely to the two of you. In the weeks that follow, the exchange of gifts continues, now tinged with the knowledge of what has passed. The world remains the same, cold, hard, ruled by others, but within that shared space, a different world breathes. You are cautious, of course. The church watches, the village whispers. Yet beneath the stern gaze of Father Anselm, beneath the knowing smiles of older peasants, you carry on. There is an old saying, tokens given in secret will outlast winter's chill. Whether it proves true in your case remains to be seen. For now, each ribbon, each carving, each whispered word is a testament to the stubborn resilience of love, a force that no priest, no lord, and no weary parent can fully contain. And as you lie awake beneath rough blankets, the wind howling beyond thin walls, your fingers trace the edges of a token hidden beneath your pillow. Sleep comes slowly, but when it does, it carries dreams of that fleeting kiss, that shared smile, and the promise that perhaps, just perhaps, love may find a way. You would think, after all this time, after the glances, the gifts, and perhaps even a kiss stolen beneath the hedge, that love, or something resembling it, might be allowed to take its natural course. You and your beloved have walked a slow, uncertain path toward one another, sidestepping gossip, avoiding stern glances from your parents, and outlasting the long, watchful sermons of Father Anselm. You would think that the hardest part is behind you. But here is one of the great lessons of life in a medieval village. No matter what your heart may want, the church has the final word. Marriage is not, in your world, simply a matter between two people, nor even between two families. It is a matter between you, your partner, and God, with the church standing firmly between you and the Almighty, sleeves rolled up and ledgers open. Marriage is a sacrament, a sacred bond not to be entered lightly. That is the message pounded from the pulpit each Sunday, sometimes with the subtlety of a blacksmith's hammer. Father Anselm takes particular pride in reminding you all that without the Church's blessing, a marriage is no marriage at all, merely a dangerous scandal that will damn not only the couple involved, but quite possibly the entire village by association. One can never be too careful with such things. And so you find yourself not in the sweet throes of romance, but rather in the tangle of ecclesiastical bureaucracy. If you and your beloved are to marry, truly marry in the eyes of God and man, there are certain hoops to be jumped through. The first is the reading of the banns. The banns are a public announcement of your intent to wed, read aloud during Mass on 3 consecutive Sundays. They serve a dual purpose: to inform the community and, more importantly, to flush out any impediments. The priest will stand before the congregation, voice echoing through the chill air of the church, and solemnly proclaim, "If any man knoweth cause or just impediment why these persons should not be joined together in holy matrimony, let him now declare it." This is not mere formality. In a world of tangled family trees and often spotty records, the banns are the Church's way of giving everyone a chance to object, be it for reasons of consanguinity, prior betrothal, vows to the Church, or other murky complications. And here is where things become interesting. The Church is obsessed, perhaps rightly, with preventing marriages between close kin. The rules of consanguinity are complicated enough to give any poor peasant a headache. You are forbidden to marry anyone within 4 degrees of kinship, which roughly translates to anyone up to a second cousin. In a small village where nearly everyone is related in some fashion, this makes the pool of eligible partners rather shallow. Families often rely on the collective memory of the community to keep track, which, as you might imagine, is an imperfect system at best. Then there is the matter of betrothal. A betrothal, or espousal, is not simply an informal promise. In the eyes of the Church, a formal betrothal made with mutual consent, especially if sealed with a physical relationship, is nearly as binding as marriage itself. To attempt to marry someone else while still bound by such a promise is grounds for annulment or worse. And in a world where whispered words and secret trysts are not uncommon, the question of who is truly free to marry can become a thorny one. If no objections are raised during the banns, a tense 3 weeks during which you and your beloved pray for the silence of the pews, you may proceed, but not without further considerations. The Church requires that the marriage be conducted openly, with witnesses present. This is meant to protect against forced unions and clandestine marriages, a growing concern in an era where young lovers sometimes flee parental control in search of a sympathetic priest. The ceremony must be held in a church before the altar, with at least 2 witnesses besides the priest. Anything less is considered illicit, if not outright invalid. Of course, the Church's ideal and the village's reality do not always align. In practice, peasants sometimes circumvent these requirements through quiet understandings or informal arrangements. A couple might be married in the eyes of their neighbours long before they step before the altar, especially if circumstances, a sudden pregnancy, a disputed inheritance, or the looming shadow of war, press matters. But such unions are precarious. Without the Church's blessing, they carry no legal weight, and the children of such a match risk being branded as illegitimate, a stigma that will follow them all their lives. The importance of witnesses cannot be overstated. In a society where written records are rare and often unreliable, oral testimony is paramount. Should the validity of your marriage ever be questioned by the Church, the Lord, or future generations, it is the witnesses who will speak for you. It is they who will confirm that the vows were freely given, that the ceremony was properly conducted, that no force or fraud tainted the union. Choosing the right witnesses is therefore a matter of both practicality and politics. Then there is the matter of the dowry and bride price, which, while technically separate from the Church's concerns, intertwine with them at every step. The dowry, property or goods brought by the bride to the marriage, must be agreed upon, as must the bride price, a sum paid by the groom or his family to the bride's family. These negotiations can be drawn-out affairs, with each side seeking advantage, and until they are resolved, the marriage cannot proceed. The Church may preach that love is the foundation of matrimony, but even Father Anselm knows that silver speaks louder than sermons. In some cases, the process drags on for months or even years. If the families are poor, they may struggle to raise the necessary dowry or bride price. If land is involved, disputes over inheritance can stall the match indefinitely. And always, the shadow of the Church looms, ready to intervene if the process strays too far from its prescribed path. For you and your beloved, the waiting is agony. Each week that passes without progress feels like a lifetime. You snatch brief moments together, a whispered conversation after Mass, a stolen glance across the market. But the future remains uncertain. The banns have been read without objection, but the dowry negotiations drag on. Your father grumbles about the bride price. Her mother frets about the dowry linens. The priest warns against impatience, but patience is a hard virtue to practice when the heart is full. In the meantime, there are other hurdles to clear. The Church requires that both parties be of lawful age, 12 for girls, 14 for boys, though in practice marriages often occur later, especially among the peasantry where economic considerations take precedence. Both parties must consent freely, though again, the Church's definition of freely is somewhat elastic when parental pressure is involved. The priest will ask the necessary questions. Do you come of your own will? Do you take this person to be your lawful spouse? But few have the courage to speak against their families in such a public forum. Even after the ceremony is finally arranged, there remains one last moment of suspense. On the day of the wedding, the priest will again ask if anyone knows of any impediment. The congregation shifts uneasily. The air is thick with tension. One word of objection, and the marriage could be halted on the very threshold of fulfillment. You and your beloved clasp hands tightly, praying for silence. And then, at last, the vows are spoken, the rings exchanged, the nuptial blessing given. You are husband and wife in the eyes of the Church, of the village, and of God. The path has been long, the obstacles many, but you have reached its end, or rather, its beginning. Yet even now, the Church's hand does not withdraw. Your marriage will be subject to its scrutiny for the rest of your days. You are expected to be faithful, to raise your children in the faith, to attend Mass regularly. Adultery is a grave sin, punishable by public penance and social disgrace. Divorce is all but impossible. Annulments rare and reserved for the well-connected. Your marriage is for life, a solemn, binding contract from which there is no escape. As you step out of the church, your beloved's hand in yours, you are filled with a mixture of joy, relief, and no small amount of trepidation. The church has said you may marry, and you have. What comes next will test the strength of your vows and the resilience of your love. For in this world, marriage is not a fairy tale, but a crucible, and only time will tell what it will forge. So, the church has said yes, the banns have been read, the village has held its breath through 3 tense Sundays, and no objections have been raised. You and your beloved have exchanged all the right glances at all the right times. Your families, at long last, have stopped glaring at one another across the market square. In short, it is almost time. Almost. Because now comes the part that leaves even the strongest love gasping. The part where you must pay. It is an unspoken truth of your medieval world that nothing is free. Certainly not marriage. It is not that your affection is worthless. Quite the opposite. It is so valuable that everyone, your lord, your priest, your neighbours, your family, wishes to extract their share of it before you so much as take each other's hands in public. If love were currency, you and your betrothed would already be the wealthiest peasants in the village. Alas, it is not. And so you must scrape together what little real wealth you can. First comes the machete, an ancient and stubborn fee that must be paid to your lord for the privilege of marrying off a daughter. The rationale is simple, if heartless. When a daughter leaves her father's household, the lord loses her labour. Who will spin the flax? Who will fetch the water? Who will tend the garden and drive the hens? For this loss, compensation is demanded. In theory, the merchant is a fixed amount, set by local custom. In practice, it is whatever the lord or his steward thinks the market will bear. If your father is known to be stubborn, the fee may rise mysteriously overnight. If your beloved is known to have other suitors, the price may be set so high as to delay the match indefinitely. A blunt tool of social engineering wielded by those in power. What does the fee look like? For the wealthier peasants of your village, the miller's family, the reeve's kin, it might be paid in silver pennies. For poorer folk, it might mean parting with a prized cow, a store of salted pork, or the winter's reserve of honey. There is no dignity in the transaction. Your father will bow and bargain. The steward will sneer and tally. And through it all, you will stand helpless, heart pounding, knowing that love now has a price. And the church, naturally, expects its share as well. Father Anselm may be a holy man, but he is not above practical concerns. There are fees for the reading of the banns, fees for the use of the church, fees for the priest's time, not to mention the expected offerings of bread and ale, without which no ceremony proceeds smoothly. The parish needs candles after all, and the priest's robes do not mend themselves. You will see your mother counting out coins late at night, her hands trembling. You will hear your father cursing the steward beneath his breath. You will wonder, not for the first time, why two people's simple wish to share their lives must involve so much counting and bargaining. But the expenses do not end there. There is the dowry, the goods or property your beloved must bring to the marriage. In your world, dowries are as varied as the people who provide them. For a daughter of modest means, it might include a chest of homespun linen, a few pots and pans, perhaps a goat or a small pig. For a wealthier girl, land might be included, though such arrangements are rare and fraught with complications. The dowry is not a gift of generosity, it is insurance. Should the marriage fail, through death, abandonment, or scandal, the dowry ensures that the bride will not be left destitute. It is also a symbol of status. A good dowry raises a family's standing. A poor one brings whispers and pity. You will see the effects of this keenly. The Mason's daughter, whose dowry included a rare set of copper cooking pots, is now the envy of the village. The weaver's second girl, whose father could spare little more than a single hen and some patchy linens, remains unwed, not for lack of charm, but for lack of coin. Love, it seems, is not immune to the market. Then there is the bride price, the sum or gift your family must pay to the bride's family. Again, the church insists this is not a purchase. Of course not. It is a gesture of goodwill. But no one is fooled. The bride price is a practical recognition of the work and resources the bride's family has invested in her upbringing. Here the bargaining becomes delicate. Too low a price offends. Too high a demand breeds resentment. You will watch your father and your beloved's father circle one another like wary cocks, each unwilling to yield ground. The negotiations may take days, or even weeks. In the meantime, you and your beloved must wait, powerless, hopeful, and utterly at the mercy of forces beyond your control. As if that were not enough, there remains the matter of the wedding feast. No peasant marriage is complete without one. The village expects it. The memory of your feast, whether generous or stingy, will linger in local gossip for years to come. It is a social investment as much as a celebration. But feasts cost money. Bread must be baked in vast quantities. Ale must be brewed in advance, a process requiring not only skill, but expensive malt. If fortune smiles, there will be meat, a pig slaughtered for the occasion, or perhaps a few chickens roasted on spits. There must be music too, a fiddler, if one can be found, or at least a drummer with a steady hand. All of this falls upon your family. The preparations begin weeks in advance. Mothers and daughters gather to knead dough and stir vats of ale. Fathers and sons prepare the site, sweeping the village green, mending tables, gathering wood for fires. It is exhausting, expensive, and absolutely essential. And still, the hidden costs mount. New clothing must be prepared for the bride and groom. Even the poorest peasants will contrive some token of finery. A fresh wreath of flowers, a clean linen smock, a belt of tooled leather. Gifts must be provided for key figures, the priest, the witnesses, the Lord Steward. Every item adds another weight to the family's burden. In the weeks before the wedding, you will witness the strain firsthand. Your father will grow silent and grim. Your mother will fret over the dowry chest, adding and removing items with shaking hands. Your beloved's parents will argue over the bride price, voices rising late into the night. Through it all, you and your betrothed will cling to hope, to stolen moments of reassurance. Yet not all stories end so well. In your village alone, there are sad examples. Will Tanner and Bess Miller, who loved fiercely but could not raise the machete. Their match languished until a wealthier suitor appeared, and Bess was married off elsewhere. Tom Shepherd and Joan Fletcher, whose dowry negotiations collapsed amid accusations of greed. Their tale is now a cautionary one, retold by gossips at the alehouse. You and your beloved know these stories well. They haunt your dreams. Each delay, each new demand, stirs fresh fear. Yet somehow your families persevere. Sacrifices are made. Your mother parts with a treasured wool cloak. Your father sells an old but reliable plough horse. Friends and neighbours contribute where they can. A side of bacon here, a basket of apples there. You will remember, for the rest of your days, the look in your mother's eyes the night the last coin was counted out. Relief, exhaustion, and a fierce pride, all mingled together. You will remember your beloved's father shaking your hand, his grip hard, his gaze wary but not unkind. The path has been long and bitter, but at last the way is clear. And then, at last, the day arrives. The church is paid, the Lord appeased, the feast prepared. You and your beloved stand side by side, trembling but resolute. The cost has been steep, in coin, in toil, in quiet sacrifice. Yet in this moment, none of it matters. What matters is the hand you hold, the vows you're about to speak, and the life you will begin together. For now, the price of love has been paid. What remains is to make it worth every hard-earned coin. And now, at last, the day has come. It seems impossible after so many months, no, years, of waiting, working, worrying. You have endured whispered negotiations, haggled bride prices, bruising church fees, and the ever-looming shadow of the merchant. You have watched your parents grow leaner, your mother's face more drawn, your father's brow more furrowed as they counted and recounted what little could be spared. You have held your breath through 3 Sundays of banns, praying that no long-forgotten cousin or bitter rival would speak out. You have dreamed and feared in equal measure, knowing that the smallest misstep might send it all crashing down. But this morning, you awoke to the soft light of dawn streaming through the shuttered window, and you knew, this is the day, your wedding day. If you had hoped for a slow, contemplative morning, you were sorely mistaken. The entire village seems to have awoken at once, bustling and chattering like a disturbed flock of geese. There is much to prepare, and not a moment to waste. First, the clothing. In wealthier circles, among the nobility and great merchants of distant cities, a bride might be arrayed in sumptuous silks, her gown dyed with costly woad or madder, her sleeves trailing almost to the floor. There might be embroidery of gold thread, jewels at her throat, fine leather shoes upon her feet. You, being a peasant, must content yourself with humbler fare, though no less meaningful. Your mother has spent weeks weaving and sewing a new linen smock, white as the driven snow. It is simple, but well made. Over it you wear your best woolen dress, dyed a soft blue, the colour of fidelity, as any old wife will tell you. Upon your head rests a fresh wreath of flowers, gathered from the hedgerows by your younger siblings. They are a little bedraggled, having endured an over-enthusiastic search party, but they will do. If you are the groom, your attire is much the same. Clean linen, your best tunic, a new belt of tooled leather, another quiet expense added to the mounting pile. You are shaved, your hair combed into passable order, and your boots, while still the same worn pair you use for market, are at least free of mud. There is little time for reflection. The morning is a blur of voices and motion. Neighbours arrive bearing baskets of bread and jugs of ale, eager to see the preparations. The village fiddler is coaxed into tuning his instrument, though with much grumbling about his aching fingers. The priest arrives early, inspecting the church with the air of a man determined to catch some imagined fault before the ceremony begins. And through it all, your heart pounds. At last, the appointed hour arrives. The villagers gather in the churchyard, chatting and gossiping as they await the spectacle. Weddings are rare enough in your small world that they are not to be missed. There is no such thing as a private ceremony here. If you are to be wed, you will do so before the eyes of your entire community, for better or worse. The church itself is humble. A squat stone building with a timber roof and walls that lean ever so slightly, as if weary from centuries of sermons. Inside, the air is cool and damp, scented faintly of beeswax and old rushes. Candles gutter along the altar, their light casting flickering shadows that seem almost to dance in anticipation. You stand at the front, your beloved beside you, both trembling and pale. Father Anselm begins the service in his deep, measured voice. There is no elaborate liturgy here, no florid poetry or grand speeches. The rite of marriage is a simple affair, stripped of ornament in accordance with church law. And yet, oh, how heavy each word feels. Do you come of your own free will? Father Anselm intones, eyes sharp beneath bushy brows. I do, you manage, voice barely above a whisper. Do you take this man-itch woman to be your lawful spouse? I do. The words echo in the dim church, simple and profound. For all the months of toil and cost, for all the quiet sacrifices and desperate hopes, it comes down to this. Two voices, two promises, spoken before God and neighbour. Rings, if they are exchanged, are humble things. Perhaps a simple band of iron or brass. Few in your village can afford silver, and gold is all but unheard of. But it is not the metal that matters. It is the act, the binding of lives with a token that will be worn until death or disaster parts you. With vows exchanged and the nuptial blessing given, Father Anselm pronounces you wed. The church bell tolls, deep and sonorous. A cheer rises from the crowd. Warm, ragged, utterly genuine. You are married, and now the real celebration begins. The wedding feast is no mere afterthought. In a world where hunger is never far from the door, a chance to eat well and drink deeply is a rare and precious thing. Your families, mindful of this, have done all they could to ensure a worthy spread. Long trestle tables are set up on the village green, hastily scrubbed and strewn with wildflowers. Platters of bread and trenchers of pottage appear in abundance. There is ale, and more ale, and, wonder of wonders, a roasted pig, its crackling skin glistening in the sun. The entire village turns out for the feast. No one is turned away, for to do so would bring shame upon your household. The fiddler strikes up a tune, and the dancing begins. Clumsy at first, then more spirited as the ale takes hold. You find yourself whirled about the green, laughing breathlessly, your beloved's hand in yours. For this one afternoon, at least, the burdens of peasant life fall away. The lords may take their taxes, the church its tithes, but here and now the joy is yours alone. Amid the revelry there are traditions to observe. Some are sweet, the sharing of the bridal loaf, where guests break off pieces of bread as a blessing for the couple. Others are less so, the inevitable ribald songs and jests which no wedding escapes. Even Father Anselm cannot entirely suppress a wry smile as the fiddler launches into a particularly bawdy ballad about a shepherd and a milkmaid. Children dart between the tables, snatching scraps and chasing one another with wild glee. Old women offer solemn advice to the bride, most of it contradictory. Old men slap the groom on the back, dispensing wisdom of the "you'll need plenty of ale to survive married life" variety. And through it all, you and your beloved steal moments together. A whispered word here, a lingering glance there. The weight of what lies ahead, the shared bed, the shared struggle, looms large. But for now, joy eclipses fear. As evening falls, the time comes for the bedding ceremony, a ritual as ancient as marriage itself. In some places, this is a public affair, with the couple escorted to their chamber amid cheers and jests. In others, mercifully, it is more discreet. In your village, the custom is simple. The newlyweds retire early, accompanied by a handful of close family and friends. The bed is blessed, the couple tucked beneath the covers, and the guests depart with much laughter and clapping. And then, at last, you are alone. The reality of marriage settles in. The fire burns low, casting flickering shadows across the small chamber. You lie beside your spouse, heart racing, mind awash with hope and dread. The practicalities of the day fall away, leaving only the uncertain, tender path that begins now. You may not know what lies ahead. There will be hardships, of that you can be certain. Famine, illness, the grinding toil of peasant life, all will test your bond. There will be moments of anger, of disappointment, of exhaustion. But there will also be moments like this, small, quiet, precious. As you drift into uneasy sleep, hand entwined with your beloveds, you hold one thought above all others. Whatever comes, you will face it together. And that, in the end, is worth more than all the bread, ale, and coin in the world. It is one thing to stand hand in hand before the priest, your heart swollen with hope, your future stretched out before you like a sunlit path. It is quite another to walk that path once the sun has set and the road turns to mud beneath your feet. Marriage, you soon learn, is no grand romance in a medieval peasant's world. It is a daily struggle, a relentless partnership, forged not in candlelit evenings or whispered vows, but in the grind of survival. You will share joy, yes, but far more often you will share hunger, illness, grief, and bone-deep weariness. The morning after your wedding, the real work begins. You rise not to the strains of love songs, but to the shrill cries of livestock, the thud of axe against wood, the clatter of pails at the well. Your spouse is no longer a distant figure, glimpsed across the field or coyly approached after mass. They are now your partner in all things, your fellow labourer, your closest ally, your mirror in misfortune. And misfortune is never far away. Your first year together begins with a modest optimism. The grain stores are healthy enough. The cow has calved. Your spouse proves adept at the loom or the plough. You work side by side, hands blistered, backs bent, yet heart steady. There is satisfaction, if not ease, in the shared effort. On rare evenings, you smile at one another across the hearth, a flicker of warmth beneath the soot and sweat. But then the rains come late, or too soon. The harvest is thin. The Lord's tithe is not. You watch with a sick heart as your hard-won grain is measured out beneath the steward's sharp gaze, sack after sack vanishing into the manor's granary. What remains must feed you through the winter. It will not be enough. Hunger is the first great test of your marriage. It begins subtly. A thinner pottage here, a skipped meal there. You tell yourselves it is temporary, that spring will come soon. But the weeks drag on, and the cold deepens. Your spouse's cheeks grow hollow. Your own hands tremble as you work. The children, if you have them, cry at night, their bellies cramping with emptiness. You argue more now, quietly at first, then with bitter words. Whose fault is it that the stores were not fuller? Who should have bartered more wisely, worked more fiercely? Resentments simmer beneath the surface, stoked by gnawing hunger, and the grim knowledge that the neighbour's table may be better stocked. Yet there are moments of unexpected grace. One bitter night, you and your spouse huddle beneath threadbare blankets, bodies pressed close against the cold. In the darkness, old anger melts away. You whisper old jokes, old hopes. You remind yourselves why you chose each other, why you fought so hard to wed. It is not enough to fill your stomachs, but it strengthens the bond between you. And then comes the next trial, illness. The village is no stranger to plague. You have seen neighbours carried to the churchyard on rough-hewn biers, their faces shrouded, their families weeping. When the sickness comes to your own hearth, it strikes like a thief in the night. Your spouse lies burning with fever, eyes glassy, breath ragged. You sit by their side, cloth in trembling hand, praying to saints whose names you scarcely recall. You bargain with God. You curse him. You promise anything if only this life, the life you have chosen, might be spared. Sometimes the prayers are answered. You rejoice in tearful relief as your spouse stirs, their fever broken, their voice weak but living. You nurse them back to strength, each small recovery a triumph. But sometimes the prayers fall on deaf ears. The sickness takes what it will. You have seen strong men felled in days, young women gone before their time. The village priest preaches acceptance, but acceptance is a cruel companion when your heart is hollowed by grief. If death comes, it tests the very soul of your marriage. Widowhood is not a romantic sorrow in your world. It is a practical catastrophe. Without a partner, how will you work the land? Who will help tend the children? How will you pay the Lord's taxes or meet the church's demands? Widows often remarry swiftly, not from disloyalty, but necessity. The village understands this. A woman left alone too long risks ruin. A man without a wife cannot manage house and field alone. Yet each new union carries ghosts of the old. The heart does not forget so easily. Should you both survive the lean years, the sicknesses, the losses, new trials await. Famine is only the most obvious. There are bad harvests, harsh winters, unjust lords, sudden war. Any one of these can upend your fragile life. And through it all, your marriage bends beneath the strain. You know couples who have endured, old Rafe and Maud, now bent and toothless, who bicker like cats, but whose love runs deeper than the river. You also know those who failed. There was Edric the Weaver, whose wife fled to her sister's village after one beating too many. There was Johanna the baker, whose husband drank away their earnings, leaving her to beg at the church door. The church preaches the sanctity of marriage, the indissoluble bond. Divorce is unheard of among peasants. Annulments are the privilege of the wealthy or well-connected. In truth, marriages that sour simply decay in place. Some couples drift apart, living parallel lives beneath the same thatch. Others fight bitterly, their household a battleground. And some, grimly determined, simply endure, clinging to duty where love has faded. Yet amidst the hardship, there is also resilience. You and your spouse learn to read each other's silences, to anticipate moods and needs. You share small triumphs, a good harvest, a healthy child, a rare feast day with meat on the table. You lean on each other through grief, through hunger, through the long grey months when hope seems a stranger. There are quiet moments too, when the bond between you feels almost unbreakable. A shared glance across the field as the sun sets. The feel of a familiar hand in yours beneath the churchyard yew. The warmth of two bodies beneath a rough-spun blanket on a winter's night. Love in your world is not grand or poetic. It is not the stuff of courtly songs or noble tales. It is a stubborn, weathered thing, like the stones that line your field walls. It endures not because it is easy, but because it is necessary. Because in a world so quick to take, to wound, to destroy, it is one of the few treasures you can truly claim as your own. And yet, not every bond survives. You know this. You have seen it. Sometimes the weight grows too great. Hunger saps the spirit. Grief hardens the heart. A careless word becomes a festering wound. There are couples in your village who share a roof but nothing else, who pass each other like ghosts, their love long since buried beneath bitterness. You pray that this will not be your fate. You and your spouse are determined, stubborn. You remind each other of what you have endured, of why you chose this path. And when the world presses hardest, you find solace not in grand gestures, but in small, stubborn acts of kindness. A cup of water drawn without being asked. A weary smile offered at the end of a long day. A hand reaching out in the dark. These are the bricks from which your marriage is built. Not the feast, not the priest's blessing, not even the vows themselves. It is what you do each day, together or apart, that shapes the life you now share. And so, beneath the turning of the seasons, through lean years and fat, through sickness and health, you endure. You endure together when you can. You endure apart when you must. And in that endurance, you find something rarer than romance, something stronger than the church's blessing or the village's gaze. You find love, real love. Not the love of songs, but the love of survival. The love that says, I see your flaws. I know your sorrows. I have walked beside you through the darkest nights. And still, I choose to stay. For all the church's stern words and the village's watching eyes, you would be a fool to think that temptation had no place here. In truth, it is woven through the very fabric of your world, quiet, persistent, and as inevitable as the turning of the seasons. Marriage, for all its virtues, is no simple cure for longing. The years grind hard against even the strongest bond. Hunger, grief, exhaustion, these leave little room for tenderness. Your days are spent in the fields or at the loom, your nights beneath rough blankets with bones aching and patience worn thin. Love, in such a life, is a choice renewed each morning, not a constant flame. And sometimes the choice falters. You see it in small things first. A glance held too long across the market. A smile that lingers past propriety. A pair of villagers who seem always to be fetching water at the same time, or who disappear together after mass beneath the sheltering trees. The signs are subtle, but in a village where no secret stays buried for long, they soon grow obvious. You remember well the story of William the Miller, a broad-shouldered man with a booming laugh, and a wife as sharp-tongued as she was weary. When the young widow Alice Weaver came to the mill seeking grain, no one thought much of it. Widows must tend their households as best they can. But when Alice began to visit more often, her visits timed suspiciously close to William's hours alone, the village noticed. Whispers grew louder. Glances turned sharper. It came to a head one bitter winter evening, when William's wife, worn thin by months of suspicion, followed him to the mill under the cover of dusk. What she found, what half the village soon heard of, left no room for doubt. The scandal consumed the village for weeks. William was forced to perform public penance, stripped to his shirt before the church, head bowed in shame. Alice fled to her cousin's village, her reputation in ruins. And they were not the first nor the last. The church preaches loudly against adultery. It is both sin and crime, punishable by harsh penance and lasting disgrace. A man caught straying may find himself flogged or forced to pay heavy fines. A woman risks even greater ruin, public shaming, loss of status, and, if her husband is unkind or powerful, worse fates still. Yet despite the risks, temptation persists. The reasons are many. Some marriages, forged by family duty rather than affection, wither in silence. A wife married young to a man, twice her age, may find little warmth in his bed. A husband, bound to a woman chosen for dowry rather than love, may seek comfort elsewhere. The human heart is not so easily governed by law or fear. Then there is the simple loneliness of peasant life. Days spent in the fields, nights spent tending hearth and children. These leave little room for closeness. A kind word from a neighbour, a shared smile in the shadows, can spark longing in even the most dutiful soul. An opportunity, though rare, does arise. Communal tasks, harvest, sheep shearing, feast preparations, bring villagers together in ways that test even the firmest resolve. The ale flows freely. The air hums with song and laughter. Under such a spell, the distance between temptation and action can be perilously short. The Church attempts to combat this with strict moral teaching. Father Anselm's sermons spare no detail in describing the fires of hell that await the unfaithful. He speaks of eternal torment, of demons who delight in punishing lust. His words ring through the cold stone of the church, heavy with righteous fury. And yet, even Father Anselm cannot watch every hedgerow, every shadowed lane. It is not only the married who risk scandal. The young, too, tread a dangerous path. Courtship is brief and chaste in theory, but in practice, well, you remember Elena, the blacksmith's daughter, whose laughter was bright and whose glances were bolder than wise. When she began meeting Thomas Cooper beneath the old oak after vespers, the village buzzed with gossip. Their meetings, innocent at first, soon turned less so. When Elena's belly began to swell, no banns had been read, no vows exchanged. The scandal was swift and merciless. Thomas was dragged before the priest and made to confess his sin. A hurried marriage followed, but the stain remained. Elena's child would bear the mark of shame in many eyes, though none dared say so aloud. Such tales are cautionary, yet they do little to deter others. Youth is headstrong, and the heart often foolish. Love charms and folk magic remain common, despite the church's harsh condemnations. Girls may wear sprigs of rosemary to attract a suitor, or tie knots in their garters to bind a lover's affection. Boys carve tokens or whisper charms beneath the new moon. The line between innocent affection and scandal is thin and easily crossed. You and your spouse tread this world with care. The bond between you has weathered much. Hunger, illness, grief. But even strong marriages are not immune to temptation. You catch the lingering glance your spouse casts at another during the feast. You feel the pull yourself when a neighbour's laughter stirs a long-forgotten longing. In these moments, choice matters most. Some give in, seeking fleeting comfort at great cost. Others turn away, clinging to duty, to honour, to the fragile trust that binds two lives. The village watches always. No act goes unseen for long. A secret meeting in the woods may seem safe, but tongues wag and eyes pry. A whispered word at market may reach a jealous ear, and when scandal breaks, it spreads like wildfire. Public penance is the church's weapon against such sin. The guilty must stand before the congregation, clothed in rough sackcloth, head bowed, a candle in trembling hands. They confess their sin aloud, faces burning with shame. The community watches in grim silence, judgment thick in the air. Yet not all scandals end with penance. Some tear families apart. A husband may drive a wayward wife from his home. A wife, her heart hardened by betrayal, may curse her husband and leave. Children caught in such storms bear scars that no sermon can heal. And still, life continues. The village learns to look past the shame, to patch over the wounds. Time dulls the sharpest gossip. A penitent man may rebuild his standing through hard work and piety. A shamed woman may remarry if fortune allows. But the memory lingers. The past in your world is never truly past. You and your spouse guard your bond fiercely. You know the dangers too well. You have seen too many others falter. The temptation remains, inevitable as hunger, as grief. But choice remains too. Each day you choose again to honour the vows once spoken beneath flickering candles. For love, in your world, is no idle thing. It is a labour, a commitment renewed in the face of hardship and longing alike. And when temptation lurks, as it always will, you remember this. You have built a life hard won. You have faced the hunger, the loss, the weary days and colder nights. To cast it aside for a fleeting warmth would be to betray not only your spouse but yourself. And so, when the glance tempts, when the smile beckons, you turn back. You find your spouse's hand in the dark and hold fast. For in this life of toil and fleeting joys, trust is the rarest treasure of all. It is a strange thing, love. In your world, it begins as a tentative glance across the harvest field. A gift slipped into a calloused hand. A whispered promise beneath the watching eyes of the church. It grows slowly, weathered by hardship and hunger, strengthened by shared toil. It is no grand romance of song or story. No bard will sing of your marriage in some distant hall, but it is real. It is yours, and it is not guaranteed to last. For love, like life itself in your medieval village, is fragile. The thread that binds you to your spouse is stretched taut across a world fraught with dangers. Not the dangers of knights and dragons, but of far humbler, more relentless foes. Sickness, famine, childbirth, a misstep in the field, the bite of winter's cold. At any moment the thread may snap. You've seen it happen to others. There is no shortage of cautionary tales. Edmund Tanner, hale and strong one week, coughing up blood the next. Marjorie Brewer, joyful at the birth of her first child, dead from fever before the babe could walk. Oswald Thatcher, crushed beneath a fallen beam while repairing the manor roof. These stories fill the village like the smoke from its hearths, constant, choking, inescapable. And so, even as you and your spouse build your life, planting crops, raising children, repairing the roof yet again, the spectre of loss lingers always at the edge of your thoughts. You do not speak of it often. To do so would invite it nearer, or so the old women say. But you feel it. You see it in the wary glances exchanged when a cough lingers too long, when the river runs thin and the fields grow parched, when the priest is called too often to a neighbour's door. And then one day it happens. Perhaps it begins with a fever, a few days of weakness, of sweat-soaked nights and restless murmurs. You tend your spouse with trembling hands, wiping their brow, coaxing them to drink, praying to saints both familiar and obscure. You bargain, foolishly, desperately, with God. Take the cow, the grain, the very roof above your head, but spare this life, spare this love, or perhaps it is sudden, a misstep, a sharp cry, a fall from the loft, a wound that festers, a chill that creeps in and refuses to leave. One moment, life as you know it. The next, a void so vast you cannot grasp its edges. When death comes, it is not a stranger. You have seen it too often. But when it comes for the one you love, it is no longer the distant spectre whispered of in church. It is a blade drawn sharp across your very soul. The days that follow are a blur. There are rites to observe, practicalities to arrange. Grief must wait its turn. First, the body must be prepared. In your village, this task falls to family and close neighbours. You wash the cooling flesh with trembling fingers, the familiar shape of your spouse now a fragile husk. You dress them in clean linen, smooth their hair, arrange their hands. All the while, the priest chants prayers that blur into meaningless sound beneath the roaring in your ears. The wake is a strange affair, part mourning, part grim social obligation. Villagers gather, offering platitudes and rough comfort. Some bring bread or ale, others simply stand in silence. You sit among them, numb, each word a dagger. The children, too young to understand, fidget and whisper. The older folk cast knowing glances. They have walked this path themselves. Then comes the burial. You stand in the churchyard, the earth damp beneath your feet, the sky a leaden weight above. The priest intones the final blessings. The grave is shallow. The village soil does not lend itself to deep digging. And soon your spouse is lowered into the cold embrace of the earth. You cast in a handful of dirt, the sound of it landing a brutal punctuation mark to all you once dreamed together. And then, life goes on. It must. The fields will not till themselves. The children must be fed. The Lord's steward will still demand his due. There is no time for long mourning in a peasant's life, yet grief clings to you like smoke. You wake in the night, reaching for a hand that is no longer there. You move through your days in a dull haze, each familiar task now a hollow echo. The world seems both too bright and unbearably grey. The laughter of others cuts like a blade. The well-meaning advice, "You are young, you will love again," grates like sand upon raw flesh. There are customs to guide you at least. The period of mourning is marked by ritual. A black ribbon worn, masses said for the departed soul, candles lit. Neighbours observe a respectful distance, though the gossip never truly stops. Whispers about how long you will remain alone begin almost before the grave is cold. And here, the practical realities of widowhood assert themselves. A man alone may struggle, but he can hire help, remarry quickly. A woman alone faces a harder road. Without a husband, her place in the village is precarious. Land rights may be contested. Income vanishes. The protection of a male household head, harsh though that truth may be, is sorely missed. Thus, many widows remarry swiftly, not for love, but for survival. A new match may be arranged within weeks, especially if children are involved. The church frowns upon hasty unions, urging a proper mourning period, but need often outweighs piety. You know this. You have seen it play out time and again. And yet, when the whispers begin about your future, you bristle. The thought of another taking your spouse's place at your hearth is unbearable. The grief is too raw, the memories too sharp. But time, relentless, uncaring, dulls even the deepest wounds. The fields must be sown, the roof patched, the children raised. Slowly the ache softens. The memories remain, a glance, a laugh, a whispered word in the dark, but they no longer slice so deep. One day you catch yourself smiling at some small joy. You pause, guilt a sharp pang, then breathe through it. Life persists. And perhaps, one day, love may too. You have seen it happen. The village's oldest couple, Rafe and Maud, both widowed in youth, found each other in the wake of shared loss. Their love, weathered and quiet, shines all the brighter for the shadows it has known. It is not the reckless flame of youth, but a steady hearth fire, warm, enduring. Whether you will follow that path remains to be seen. For now, you walk through grief one step at a time. You tend the field, mend the roof, guide your children's steps. You learn that love's loss does not mean its absence. It lingers in the habits shared, the stories told, the very grain of the life you built together. In time, you may choose again, or not. Some widows and widowers remain alone by choice, their hearts too full of memories to invite another. Others find new companions, forging fresh bonds amidst the ashes of the old. And should love come again, it will not replace what was lost. It will sit beside it, a new light alongside the old. The heart, you learn, is a strange thing, capable of holding grief and hope in equal measure. For now, you carry your loss with quiet dignity. You love, you lose, you grieve, and through it all, you endure, as all in your world must. Time does not ask your permission to pass. It moves steadily through your life, as it does through every life in your village, with no regard for the seasons of the heart. You blink, and years have slipped away. The children you once rocked to sleep now tower over you. The fields that seemed so vast when you were young now feel familiar, almost small. The aches in your joints remind you daily that youth has gone, whether you welcomed its departure or not. And with the passage of time comes a new role, one you never sought, but that life thrusts upon you all the same. You become the village elder, the one whose eyes hold the weight of experience. The young, wide-eyed, foolish, brimming with all the certainty you once possessed, begin to turn to you for counsel. And whether you feel wise or not, you offer it. For love, after all, is a lesson best learned by those who have known both its bloom and its decay. And you have known both. You remember well your own first stirrings of affection, the stolen glance in the harvest fields, the trembling fingers exchanging a token beneath the watchful gaze of the church. You remember the breathless anticipation of the wedding day, the fragile joy of the early years, the hard lessons that followed. You remember love deepened by toil, tested by grief, frayed by temptation. And if fate was cruel, as it so often is in your world, you remember loss. These memories are not relics to be hidden away. They are the soil from which wisdom grows. And so, When the young come seeking advice, sometimes openly, more often disguised as idle chatter, you offer what you can. Around the hearth, beneath the flickering shadows cast by the fire, the old stories are told and retold. Some are cautionary, meant to temper youthful folly. Others are tales of enduring love, offered as a glimmer of hope. You tell of Rafe and Maud, whose second marriage brought unexpected joy. You speak, too, of Eleanor and Thomas, whose heedless passion led to scandal and sorrow. But you also share your own story, though perhaps with more candour now than you once dared. You tell of the fears you carried into marriage, the moments when love felt like a fragile thread ready to snap. You speak of the small triumphs, the knowing glance across a crowded feast, the comfort of a familiar hand in the dark. You do not romanticize. The young must know that love, in your world, is no fairy tale. It is a labour as worthy and wearying as any harvest. Folk wisdom, too, finds its place. You repeat the old sayings, passed down through countless generations. A marriage without laughter is a cart without wheels. Choose not the fairest face, but the kindest heart. A good quarrel clears the air. A cruel word poisons it. The young scoff, but you see their eyes lingering, their minds weighing each phrase. There are customs to pass on as well. The tokens of courtship, ribbons, carvings, sprigs of rosemary, carry meaning still, though the church frowns upon the older superstitions. You teach the young how to give and receive such gifts with honour. You caution them against reckless promises whispered beneath the moonlight, for you know too well how swiftly desire can turn to regret. You also remind them of the church's place in all this. The priest will bless your union, you say, but it is you who must tend it. The banns and vows are but the planting. The harvest is yours to reap or to lose. In this you have no illusions. You have seen too many marriages wither beneath the weight of unmet expectation and unspoken grievance. And yet, despite all the caution, you encourage love. For what else makes this harsh life bearable? The days are long, the winters cruel. Hunger and loss lurk ever near. Without love, be it the fierce blaze of youth or the steady ember of long companionship, life becomes little more than toil and survival. So you tell the young to seek love where they can find it, but to temper it with patience and resolve. It is not enough to fall in love, you say. You must choose to stay there again and again, through lean years and fat, through laughter and quarrels, through sickness and sorrow. You speak from experience, and they listen more closely than they let on. Sometimes your counsel falls on deaf ears. The headstrong will follow their hearts into folly, as they always have. You do not begrudge them this. After all, some lessons must be learned the hard way. You watch with weary fondness as the next generation stumbles through the same dances you once knew. And sometimes, more often than you might expect, your words take root. You see it in the careful courtship of a young couple, in the steady patience of a new husband tending his sick wife, in the quiet resilience of a pair who have weathered their first harsh winter together. These moments warm you more than the hearth ever could. You also watch with pride as the customs you once followed, so strange to modern ears, yet so enduring, continue to shape the lives of your children and their children. The wedding feast, with its bread and ale and riotous dancing, still brings the village together in rare joy. The bedding ceremony, though softened by time, still marks the solemn start of a shared life. The tokens of affection, humble as ever, still speak louder than words. Of course, not all customs endure. The murchit, once a bitter price upon love, has faded in importance, though lords still find ways to profit from marriage where they can. The old love charms, once whispered in secret, are now the stuff of jest, though a few herbs tucked beneath a pillow still appear from time to time. The Church holds fast to its rights, but even Father Anselm's successor speaks more gently now of love's trials and joys. And so life turns on. You sit by the hearth in your twilight years, a grandchild on your knee, watching the dance of love and loss play out once more in the village around you. You smile at the earnest suitor who carves a wooden heart by moonlight. You shake your head, fondly, at the blushing maiden who believes her love will be unlike any before. You weep quietly at the funeral of a beloved spouse, for you know that grief is the price of a love well spent. As you pass on what little you have learned, you do so with humility, for love, in all its forms, remains a mystery. No amount of wisdom can shield the heart from its perils or prepare it for its heights. All you can offer is this: love is worth the risk. You have loved, you have lost, you have grieved, and still you would choose it all again. In this, you hope the young will hear you, not with their ears, but with their hearts. And so, as the fire burns low and the stars wheel overhead, you speak your final truth to those who will listen. Love is no shield against the world's cruelties, but without it, the world is a colder place. Cherish it where you find it. Guard it well. And when it falters, as it surely will, choose to tend it anew. That is the work of a lifetime. That is the gift you pass on. You don't need a calendar to know when winter's coming. You feel it. In the bones first, they stiffen like yesterday's bread. Then in the sky, which goes from blue to a kind of reluctant grey. And finally in the animals, who start looking at you with quiet suspicion, as if they know something you don't. And they usually do. Autumn doesn't end. It retreats. Slowly. Leaves fall, sure, but it's not just that. It's the way the wind changes direction. It starts slipping through the gaps in the cottage, exploring the place like an uninvited guest, poking around, finding where the warmth lives and evicting it. The chickens grow quieter. The dog stops barking at the wind and begins listening to it instead. That's how you know it's nearly time. The sun, when it shows up at all, feels thin, as if it's forgotten how to be warm. And everyone walks just a bit faster, not because they're in a hurry, but because standing still hurts more now. There's no grand announcement, no snowstorm with a flourish. Winter arrives like debt, quietly, and with a great deal of consequence. The first task, always, is denial. You pretend the cold is temporary, a chill, nothing more. You wear the same tunic you wore in October, but now with a cloak that's more whole than fabric. You tell yourself you'll mend it. You won't. Not because you're lazy, but because the needle's bent and the threads run out, and your fingers are too numb to hold either. We talk a lot about preparation, as if we were always ready. But let's be honest. Most winters arrive when we're not quite finished with autumn. There's always a corner of the roof you meant to fix, or wood you meant to chop. Always something still left in the garden that didn't get dried or salted or stored in time. Still, you do what you can. You stuff straw between the gaps in the wall. You drape cloth over the doorway. You rearrange the beds so everyone sleeps a little closer to the hearth. Even Uncle Gawain, who smells like sheep and talks in his sleep about debts no one remembers. You don't light fires all day. That's a luxury. Wood is for evenings, for cooking, and for the hour or so when everyone pretends to be cheerful. The rest of the time, you rely on movement, layering, and the heat of several reluctant siblings pressed together under one scratchy blanket. The animals sense it too. They linger longer near the shelter. The chickens huddle. The pigs go quiet, which is deeply unsettling. The cows grow more irritable, which is to say, they remain exactly the same. Outside, the ground turns to iron. The paths that were muddy last week are now treacherous, half-frozen ruts that twist ankles and swallow boots. Water in the bucket develops a skin of ice. You break it each morning with a ladle, then curse softly as it numbs your hands. And the sky. The sky just hangs there, low, grey, expectant, like it's waiting for something. You squint at it as if you might read it, as if clouds carry messages. They don't, but they do mean you won't see the sun again for several weeks. In town, people walk faster. They speak in shorter sentences. Jokes dry up. No one's really in the mood. Even the church sermons get a little darker. The priest reminds you that cold weather is God's way of encouraging humility. You wonder if God might try a slightly warmer lesson plan. And then, finally, one morning, it happens. Snow. Not a blizzard, not yet. Just a dusting. Like flour spilled across the fields. But it changes everything. The thatch turns white. The trees stiffen. Your breath comes out in little clouds, and every step outside sounds like you're stepping on old parchment. And with that snow comes the realization you're locked in now. The earth has closed up shop for the season. No more digging, no more planting. Nothing will grow. What you've already stored is all you've got. And if you didn't store enough, well, you'll learn how thin stew can really get. You begin to count things differently. Not in days, but in bundles. How many bundles of firewood left? How many sacks of grain? How many turnips? How many eggs this week? Not many, as the hens stop laying when it's cold. They prefer to huddle near the fire, just like everyone else. You keep yourself busy, even if nothing feels productive. You mend clothes, you scrape pans, you stir ashes, hoping a warm coal is hiding underneath. If there's time, and there often is, you spin wool. It's not just for making cloth. It's for keeping your hands moving, your mind occupied. Too much quiet, and your thoughts start getting ideas. The animals aren't just company. They're cohabitants. The warmer ones are invited inside. Not all at once. There are boundaries, after all, but enough to turn the house into a communal stew of smells, sounds, and shared body heat. You get used to waking up with a goat breathing on your neck. Well, maybe not used to, but you stop fighting it. Evenings are the worst. The sun disappears too early, and the darkness arrives like it's angry about something. Candles are expensive. Tallow lamps are smoky. You sit near the fire, if there's one going, and you listen. To stories. To wind. To the way the wood pops when it burns. Sometimes someone gets it in their head to tell a ghost story. This always seems like a good idea, until you realise you have to walk across the freezing yard to use the privy afterward. You run. You try not to trip. You definitely don't look into the shadows. And yet, winter isn't all misery. There's a rhythm to it. A kind of bitter predictability. You know the chores. You know the limits. And there's a strange camaraderie in knowing everyone else is miserable too. You learn to find comfort in small victories. Warm feet for 5 minutes. A stew that tastes slightly less like despair. A day without wind cutting through the cracks in the wall. You celebrate quietly, because the moment you laugh too loud, someone will remind you we've only just begun. Historically, we peasants didn't fare too well in winters. The little ice age, starting around the 14th century, brought harsher, longer winters across Europe. Rivers froze. Crops failed. In some years, the Rhine froze solid for months, and markets were held right on the ice. Yes, people shopped on frozen rivers, until the ice decided otherwise. In particularly bad years, like 1315 to 1317, rain ruined crops for seasons. It wasn't just cold, it was famine. Up to 30 million people affected. And when there's no food, people get imaginative. Cannibalism was whispered about. Infanticide too. Not dinner table conversation, but then again, we didn't always have dinner. But that's the thing about winter. It's not just about enduring the cold. It's about enduring each other. A family of 6, 3 goats, 2 chickens, and a bucket of salted fish sharing 20 square feet of living space? That's a social experiment with no exit. You hear every cough, every complaint, every unfortunate digestive development. Privacy becomes a myth. Modesty goes out with the sunlight. You do your best not to argue, not out of patience, but because it stirs up the air and lets in more cold. And so you settle in. You shrink your world down to a few feet around the fire. You learn the weight of every blanket, the creak of every board, the rhythm of the weather. Days shorten, nights lengthen, and time starts to dissolve into a sort of frozen soup. You're not living, exactly. You're enduring. And eventually, you stop asking how long winter will last. You just wake up each day and survive that one. If you're lucky, the firewood holds out. If you're very lucky, the roof does too. Because in a medieval winter, the cold doesn't knock. It lets itself in. And stays a while. And tomorrow it starts again. Winter doesn't just try to kill you with cold. It kills you with chores. And at the top of that frozen to-do list? Wood. Endless amounts of it. You don't just need a few logs for ambience. You need firewood like your life depends on it, because it does. Everything revolves around fire. It cooks your food, warms your bones, dries your socks, scares off rats, and makes the house only mostly uninhabitable. Without it, you're not a peasant. You're a popsicle with taxes. But fire doesn't magically appear. It takes wood, lots of it. Cut, carried, chopped, stacked, and cursed at. Gathering firewood is the medieval equivalent of having a second full-time job, except this one pays in back pain and frostbite. There's no chainsaw, no gas-powered anything. Just an axe that's been in the family so long you're not sure if it's a tool or an heirloom. The handle's cracked, the blade is blunt. But it's still better than using your hands, which, let's face it, you probably will anyway once the axe gets stuck in the third log. You start in autumn, of course. Everyone says that. Start early. Except there's never enough time. The harvest runs late, your neighbour borrowed your axe, and you sprained your ankle trying to outrun an angry goose. So here you are in December, swinging steel at a tree like it insulted your mother, praying it falls in the right direction. And trees don't cooperate. They're heavy, unpredictable, and covered in snow. You cut one down, only to realise you still have to chop it, carry it, and stack it. Repeat 50 times. If you're lucky, your back just hurts. If you're not, the tree lands on you and you become a cautionary tale. Once the wood is chopped, it needs to dry. That takes months. So you burn it wet, which means it smokes, hisses, and barely burns at all. Congratulations. You've just turned your home into a tepid, smoky nightmare. Hope you weren't planning to breathe properly this winter. The rich, of course, have options. They hire people. They send servants into the woods while they sip wine in front of a roaring hearth. You are the servant, and your hearth is mostly a pile of wet twigs trying their best. Legally, you're not even allowed to gather wood in some places. Forests belong to lords. And if you're caught collecting kindling on noble land, the punishment ranges from fines to beatings to, occasionally, being made an example of. For picking up sticks. Yes, really. That's why many peasants turn to alternatives. Things like peat, dried animal dung, or bundles of brush. These technically burn, in the same way that technically soup counts as a meal. Peat gives off heat, but it also gives off a smell like wet ashes and regret. Dung burns surprisingly well, but let's not pretend anyone's happy about it. Still, you use what you have. You gather dried cow patties with frozen hands and pretend you're not inhaling memories of last summer's pasture. The good news? It's free. The bad news? Your cottage now smells like a campfire held inside a barn. Stacking firewood is an art. Too tight and it moulds. Too loose and it falls over and breaks your toe. So you build a neat pile against the wall of your house. Wrap it with whatever canvas you can steal from your cousin, and hope it doesn't collapse under snow. It will. And you never have enough. That's the golden rule. Doesn't matter how much wood you cut. It's never enough. By February, you're down to burning fence posts, old furniture, or anything that vaguely resembles timber. There's no sentimentality. If it catches fire, it's fuel. You dream of firewood. You count logs instead of sheep. You have actual arguments over who burned the good stick too early. You ration embers. You hoard coals like they're treasure. And if you manage to find a particularly dry branch under the snow, you bring it home like a war trophy. Sleeping in winter is a gamble. If the fire dies out, the temperature inside drops to hope you wrote a will. You tuck in close, under layers of blankets, furs and other humans. Not because you like them, but because survival beats personal space. In some homes, livestock sleep inside too. Not out of kindness, out of necessity. Chickens provide eggs and ambient warmth. Pigs are radiators with hooves. Cows are basically space heaters that moo. It's not cosy. It's crowded, noisy, and smells like a petting zoo collapsed into a soup kitchen. But it's marginally better than freezing to death. Historically, peasants didn't just rely on personal effort. Communities often worked together to chop and haul wood. It was less about bonding and more about shared suffering. Everyone had blisters. Everyone was freezing. Everyone was equally miserable, which made it slightly easier to endure. In some regions, people used wood-saving tricks. Clay ovens were shared. Communal fires were maintained all day. You'd take turns baking bread in the village oven, all while pretending not to notice how warm Agnes's house always seemed to be. Suspiciously warm, in fact. Women and children gathered kindling, not because it was easier, but because that's just how the labour got divided. If you were small and had fingers, you were sent to the woods with a basket and told not to come back empty. What you returned with might have been twigs, might have been pine cones. Either way you contributed. And then there's chopping itself. A deeply medieval kind of misery. Your gloves, if you have them, are soaked through in minutes. Your fingers go numb. The axe slips. The wood splits wrong. Something hits your shin. You yell. Not because it helps, but because that's all you've got left. By midwinter, the ground's too hard to chop into. Your hands have more splinters than skin. And you still haven't figured out where half your woodpile disappeared to. Spoiler. Your neighbour borrowed it again. And yet you keep going. Because fire is non-negotiable. It's warmth. It's food. It's the difference between making it to spring or becoming the reason your cottage smells even worse. When you sit by the fire at night, tired, sore, and lightly smoked, you feel something like peace. Not comfort. Just the absence of immediate doom. Which, in the Middle Ages, is as close as you're going to get. Of course, some winters are worse than others. You remember the bad ones by name. The winter of 43 when the roof collapsed, or the long freeze when the river turned to stone and everyone tried ice skating in wooden shoes. Some didn't make it. A few froze. A few just left and never came back. You stop asking questions after a while. The firewood dwindles. The wind whistles. You find yourself eyeing furniture a little differently. That stool you never liked suddenly looks flammable. Sentiment gives way to survival. If it burns, it's valuable. Eventually the fall comes. The snow retreats like a tired thief. The mud returns. Your boots vanish somewhere in it. But you made it. You survived another medieval winter without running out of wood, without freezing to death, and without strangling your cousin for stealing your best log. That's the victory. No medals, no parade, just frostbitten fingers, permanent smoke smell, and the deeply satisfying knowledge that you're not a popsicle. Not this year anyway. The next morning you do it all over again, because even as spring edges closer, the cold lingers. The chores never stop. And the fire, that fickle, flickering little god, always wants more. More wood, more sweat, more of you. And you give it. Because in the end, it's not about comfort. It's about survival, one splinter at a time. And tomorrow, same routine. Chop, stack, burn, freeze, repeat. You don't beat winter. You survive it. And if you're lucky, next year's axe won't break before your spirit does. Because in the end, winter doesn't care how tired you are. The logs won't chop themselves. The fire won't feed itself. And warmth, that rare, fleeting thing, has to be earned every single day. You don't need a calendar to know it's winter. Your stomach tells you first, loudly, repeatedly. It's not hunger in the modern sense. That gentle rumble that reminds you to check the fridge. It's deeper, angrier. The kind of emptiness that makes you stare at bark and wonder, could I stew that? Food in a medieval winter is like firewood, always running out, never easy to get, and guaranteed to cause arguments. You don't plan meals, you ration them, you stretch them. You look at 3 shriveled turnips and call it a feast. You start with what you've stored, grains mostly, barley, rye, oats, wheat if you're rich, or stealing from someone who is. You keep them in sacks, barrels, or anything that keeps out rats, which is nothing. The rats always find a way. They're like furry tax collectors with teeth. Most of your meals revolve around pottage, the medieval mystery stew. It's not so much a recipe as a lifelong experiment. You throw in whatever's edible and hope it doesn't kill you. Root vegetables, dried beans, wilted greens, maybe a strip of dried pork if you've got royal connections or a generous neighbour. It simmers for days, sometimes weeks. New ingredients are just added to the pot. Old ones never quite leave. It tastes like boiled earth, with a hint of onion and regret. You eat it anyway, every day, twice a day if you're lucky, not because you like it, but because it's there. And in winter, that's enough. Meat is rare. You don't have a freezer. You don't even have a cold cellar, just a slightly less awful corner of the cottage. If you did slaughter something in the fall, a pig, a goat, your neighbour's least favourite chicken, you salt it, smoke it, dry it, and then hide it from everyone in the house, especially the kids. Kids will eat anything, including raw bacon and the string you tied it with. Sometimes you fish. If the river isn't frozen, if the ice isn't too thick, and if you haven't already burned your fishing rod for kindling. Ice fishing is a thing, just not a fun thing. You chip away at a hole in the ice while your toes slowly lose sensation. Then you sit, wait, and contemplate how life became a series of increasingly stupid decisions. If you're near the sea, you might dry some herring or smoke eel. It's nutritious. It's long-lasting. And it tastes exactly how it sounds. If you're not near water, you rely on whatever your neighbours didn't guard well enough. Bread is essential, but it's also a gamble. Made from whatever flour you've got. Rye, barley, sometimes lentils, and often padded out with filler. Sawdust, yes. Ground acorns, maybe. Bark, on a bad year. Bread isn't soft and fluffy. It's a blunt object. Something between food and medieval defence weapon. And sometimes the bread fights back. In damp storage, rye can grow a fungus called ergot, a delightful little microbe that causes hallucinations, convulsions, and occasionally death. You don't know this. All you know is that the bread makes you see colours, scream at clouds, and possibly become a religious visionary, or a witch, depending on who's watching. Dairy helps. If you have animals that haven't frozen, wandered off, or been eaten. Milk spoils quickly, so you turn it into butter or cheese. The cheese is hard, salty, and vaguely threatening. Butter's a luxury. You keep it wrapped in cloth, hidden under your bed like it's gold. Because in winter, it basically is. Eggs? Not likely. Chickens slow down in the cold. They're too busy trying not to die. You might get one a week, maybe two if you speak nicely to the hens and threaten the rooster. That egg goes in the pottage, or you stare at it long enough to get full from imagination. Fresh fruits and vegetables? That's adorable. No apples, no greens. Maybe a dried plum from last August, if it didn't rot or become home to a worm. Most vitamin C comes from sour cabbage or fermented turnip, lovingly described as crunchy disappointment in vinegar. It keeps scurvy away, but also friends. Preservation is everything. You salt, smoke, pickle, and dry anything that once moved, grew, or was near something that did. You make jams from berries, if you managed to find them, and didn't eat them all in a sugar-starved frenzy last summer. You hang herbs from the ceiling, until they drop into the soup one by one like leafy confetti. Nothing is wasted. Bones are boiled twice. The fat is saved. Even the ashes from the fire end up in soap or used to scrub pots. If someone throws away food, you question their sanity. Or you marry them, because clearly they're wealthy enough to waste things. And then there's hunger itself. Not mild hunger. Not I skipped lunch hunger. But the kind that makes you feel your stomach rubbing against your spine. The kind that makes you chew slowly, not for flavour, but to make it last. Hunger's a full-time presence in winter. It sits with you, watches you cook, comments on your portions, judges your neighbour's squirrel stew, and says, actually, that looks all right. There's a rhythm to it. You wake up hungry. You go to bed still hungry. You learn to live with the gnawing feeling, like a mouse chewing inside your belly. Eventually, you stop noticing, until you smell stew from a neighbour's hut and immediately consider selling a sibling. Even the better off peasants don't eat well. They just eat slightly more of the same bland, mealy disappointment. Occasionally, someone manages a real treat. Honeycomb, fresh apple slices, a slice of salted beef the size of a coin. It's a celebration, not for the flavour, but for the reminder that life isn't always awful. And then come the lean years, the bad harvests, the crop failures. You remember the winter of 1316, or at least the stories. Heavy rains drowned the fields, rot set in, grain yields collapsed, livestock starved, entire villages went hungry. They call it the Great Famine, not for dramatic flair, but because it really was that bad. Some people ate roots, some ate moss. Some, well, let's just say medieval cookbooks don't list stewed shoe leather for nothing. Monks kept records, bless them. They wrote about entire families vanishing, about parents choosing which child got the last crust, about people found dead in snowdrifts, clutching turnips like treasure. It's not folklore. It's the forgotten footnotes of history. And when you do find food, the fire's gone out. So you eat cold stew by candlelight, huddled under a fur that still smells like the animal it came from. And you're grateful, because at least it's food. At least you get to chew something that isn't your own lip. Meals are short, the hunger is long. You scrape your bowl clean, not out of manners, but because you need every crumb. You lick your fingers. You scrape the pot. You consider eating the pot. Then remember it's your only one. Your body changes. You move slower. You lose weight. You don't call it dieting. You call it still alive. And yet you keep going. Because hunger is a fact, not a crisis. You don't expect to feel full. You just hope not to feel worse. That's winter. Not a battle, but a negotiation between you, your pantry, and the number of meals until April. There's no holiday feast unless you're lucky or well-connected. Maybe you save a sausage for Christmas. Maybe a neighbour shares a pie made with mystery meat and courage. You don't ask questions. You eat, you smile, and you try not to cry when it's gone in 3 bites. Even the celebration foods are practical. Spiced ale, if you can afford spices. Nut cakes, if anyone had nuts. Pies filled with dried fruits, soaked in syrup and desperation. They're more ritual than indulgence. A way to remind yourself that joy exists, even if it's crusted in soot and shared with a dozen shivering relatives. So, what did you eat in a medieval winter? Anything that wouldn't eat you first. Anything you could preserve, hide or boil until it stopped arguing. You didn't dine, you survived. Because in the end, hunger wears a wool coat. It wraps around you. It stays close. It whispers in your ear. And when spring finally arrives, the first green shoot you see, you don't admire it. You bite it. Your home in the Middle Ages is not a refuge. It is not a sanctuary. It is not, by any modern standard, a building. It's more like a wooden suggestion of shelter, loosely stapled to a dirt floor and held together by good intentions, dried mud, and the unspoken agreement that nobody sneezes too hard. Let's start with the walls. Wattle and daub if you're lucky. That's woven wooden strips covered in mud, straw, and whatever else was lying around. Cow dung, hair, gossip. You pack it all together and pray it hardens before the next storm hits. Spoiler, it doesn't. On a good day, the wind whistles through the cracks. On a bad day, the wind howls through like it owns the place and wants rent. There is no insulation. There is no sealant. There's just the outside and slightly less outside. Your roof is thatched, of course, which sounds quaint until you realise it's just dried plant matter arranged in a vaguely triangular shape. It leaks constantly. Rain comes in. Snow piles up. Birds nest in it. Mice move in and start charging rent. If you're lucky, it only partially collapses during a storm. If you're not, you wake up with your ceiling in your lap and a chicken on your face. The floor? Dirt? Just dirt? If it's muddy, you wait. If it's frozen, you slip. If it's dry, it turns to dust and gets into everything. Your lungs, your eyes, your soup. You try throwing down straw to soften it, which lasts approximately 6 hours before turning into a trampled, mouldy paste that somehow smells like feet and despair. Windows? Don't be silly. Glass is for churches and rich people. You have holes. If you're feeling fancy, maybe you stretch some oiled parchment over the opening. It lets in light and also every draught between now and Easter. Curtains? Number cloth is too valuable to waste on luxuries like privacy. Doors barely latch. Hinges groan like wounded animals. You can barricade it with a log, or if you're short on logs, because you've already burned them for heat, maybe just hope the wind isn't in a mischievous mood. Fireplaces are central, but not in a cosy way. There's a fire pit in the middle of the room. No chimney, just a hole in the roof. So the smoke rises slowly, filling your home with a lovely grey fog that coats your walls, your lungs, and any hope you had of clear breathing until spring. You don't smell the smoke after a while. You are the smoke. Now let's talk furniture. You don't have much. A wooden bench, maybe a stool. A table if you're living the high life. Beds are shared with your spouse, your children, and occasionally livestock. The mattress is straw stuffed into a sack, which sounds fine until you remember that straw doesn't stay fluffy. It compresses, moulds, and invites bugs. Your pillow is another sack. If you're lucky, it's full of feathers. If you're not, it's just more straw, possibly slightly less crunchy. Blankets? Wool, if you've got it. Or furs, if something nearby died recently. Most nights, you sleep in your clothes, under everything you own, hoping body heat plus faith equals survival. And if your fire dies out overnight, you wake up frozen in your own breath cloud, questioning every decision that led to this point. Heating the place is a challenge. You keep the fire going, sure, but heat rises, smoke rises, and unfortunately, you're sleeping on the floor, which means your toes freeze while your rafters get a lovely sauna experience. Stones around the hearth help. They absorb heat and release it slowly, but only if you have enough fuel to make them warm in the first place. You seal up cracks with moss, cloth, or mud. It doesn't work. The wind finds a way. It always finds a way. There are days when you swear the air inside is colder than the air outside. And you do something about it, but your fingers are too numb to untie your cloak. Lighting's another delight. You've got tallow candles, which drip, sputter, and reek of beef fat. Or rushlights. Reeds dipped in animal grease, which burn like someone tried to weaponize a salad. The smoke from these mingles with the hearth smoke, until the whole room is a low hanging haze of medieval asthma triggers. And let's not forget the noise. Thin walls mean you hear everything. The wind, the livestock, your neighbour sneezing, your own stomach growling back at you like it's filing a complaint. Privacy? A myth? Solitude? Only if you walk into the forest and don't come back. Of course, it's not just people living here. Your cottage shares space with animals. Chickens nest in corners. A goat sleeps under the table. If you've got a cow, she lives in the lean-to attached to the wall, unless it's too cold, in which case she joins you in the main room. There is no such thing as indoor and outdoor. There is only not dead from the cold. This makes the house warmer, slightly. It also makes it louder, messier, and smell like a barn that recently lost a bet. You sweep the floors, but the dirt just rearranges itself. The straw bedding smells like old milk. And if a chicken decides to lay an egg next to your head in the middle of the night, you say thank you and try to fall back asleep before it poops on your blanket. Your roof also houses guests, birds, rats, insects. The thatch is thick enough for nesting, which means, come spring, you'll hear the pitter-patter of tiny feet above you at all hours. Sometimes they fall in. It's normal. You scream. The rat screams. And then you both pretend it never happened. Maintenance? Constant. Door cracks. Rafters bend. Doors sag. The wind tears the roof. You fix what you can with what you have, and which is string, hope, and a very dull knife. You can't afford nails. You wedge things into place. You hammer wood together using a rock and a prayer. And if it's raining and the roof's leaking, you don't grab a bucket. You grab all the buckets. You position them around the house like you're trying to win a very sad game of splash chess. You learn which spots drip first. You name them. You curse them. You learn to sleep around them. It's not all doom. There are warm moments. The fire catches well. Someone shares a fur. A draft stops for no reason. You convince yourself it's your craftsmanship. You huddle close with your family and pretend the smell is comforting. It's not. But it is familiar. Still you endure it. Because this isn't just a pile of timber and bad smells. It's home. It's where you were born, where your children were born, and where someone probably died last week. You patch it. You sweep it. You whisper to it in winter, like it's a sick relative. Just hold on a little longer. You don't compare it to a castle. You compare it to not freezing to death. And by that measure, it's doing fine. Some wealthier peasants whitewash the walls. Not for luxury, for lice. The lime kills bugs. A fresh coat every year keeps the walls bright and the infestations mostly cosmetic. You think about doing it. You even collect the lime. But then the firewood runs out, again. You hang herbs to make the air smell nicer. They dry out, crumble, fall into your soup. You eat them anyway. The taste is weird, but you tell yourself it's seasoning. It's not. And every so often you dream of a second room, of a wooden floor, of a roof that doesn't make you flinch every time a breeze picks up. You don't expect it. You just let the thought sit with you while you stitch another patch into the wall and listen to the rain come through the ceiling. Because in the end, your house isn't warm or dry or peaceful, but it's still standing. And in a medieval winter, that's about as close to luxury as you're ever going to get. It's dawn, or close enough. There's a faint light outside that might be the sun, or just the moon giving up. Either way, it's time to get up. Not because you're rested, you're not. Not because you're excited, you're definitely not. but because your life depends on getting things done before frostbite, famine, or your neighbour's goat beats you to the water source. There's no weekend. There's no me time. There's barely enough time to scrape the frost off your eyebrows. Every day is a repeat of the last. Gather, mend, feed, carry, boil, patch, repeat. Winter in medieval Europe is a season-long to-do list, written in mud, smoke, and fatigue. First job, get the fire going. You hope the embers survived the night. If not, you're back to flint and steel, hunched over kindling with frozen fingers, and breath so visible it could be mistaken for a ghost. Wood is precious. You use it sparingly. A good fire means warmth, food, light, and life. A bad one means all of the above slowly slip away while you pretend you're not crying from smoke. Once the fire's going, or at least coughing along like an asthmatic squirrel, it's time for water. The bucket is heavy, the stream is half frozen, and the path is icy enough to host the worst Olympics event in history. Peasant figure skating. You fall, you spill, you curse the ice, the bucket, and the cruel joke that is winter. Then you do it again, because water doesn't fetch itself. Back home, you boil it, not because you're a health nut, but because it might kill you otherwise. Every sip is a gamble. Boiling water is also how you warm your hands, steam the hut, and delay feeling like a medieval failure for 10 more minutes. Next, animals. They need feeding before you do. Chickens are annoyed, pigs are loud, the cow is judging you. You scrape together old hay, kitchen scraps, and whatever hasn't frozen solid. You check the coop for eggs. There aren't any. Again. The rooster, however, has plenty of opinions. If it snowed overnight, you clear the path to the door. Not because it's tidy, but because falling into a snowdrift while holding a bucket of pig slop is the kind of memory that sticks. You shovel with a flat plank, your hands wrapped in rags, and mutter things that will get you excommunicated if anyone heard. With the animals fed and your fingers halfway thawed, it's time for breakfast, if you can call it that. Yesterday's pottage reheated with today's regrets. Maybe some crusty bread. Maybe not. If someone remembered to scrape the pot clean last night, you're scraping the scrapings. No one complains. Complaining takes energy. Then it's time for the real work. If you're a man, it's chores in the fields, forest, or forge. If you're a woman, it's everything else. Spinning wool, mending clothes, making food, cleaning soot, hauling water, stirring the pot, and somehow keeping 6 children alive while pretending your hands aren't frozen into claw shapes. Repairing the roof? That's your job. Fetching firewood? Also your job. Making sure the goat doesn't freeze, escape, or explode? Still your job. There are no task lists, just a rolling stream of crises that need solving before nightfall. Laundry is once a week, and it's its own form of purgatory. You drag clothes to the river, break through the ice, and scrub with a mix of ash and lye until your knuckles bleed and your soul leaves your body. Rinse. Freeze. Repeat. Cooking is a game of improvisation and lowered expectations. You stir the same pot you used yesterday. You skim the surface for mould and add more water. Maybe some herbs. Maybe a pebble for texture. You serve it hot and call it soup. Afternoons are for fixing things. Tools, fences, relationships strained by arguments over who ate the last turnip. You sharpen blades with a whetstone that's older than your grandfather, who, incidentally, died falling off the same ladder you now use to patch the ceiling. Children help, in theory. Mostly they get underfoot, but even toddlers are handed tasks, holding yarn, scaring crows, carrying small bundles of kindling. They work because they have to. Playtime is what happens when they finish early, and no one ever finishes early. Inside, the spinning wheel turns endlessly. Wool doesn't spin itself. Linen doesn't weave itself. Every thread in every tunic has passed through hands that ache. Gloves are a luxury. Calluses are standard issue. And if you drop a spindle and it rolls into the fire, you just stare for a moment and quietly consider walking into the flames after it. By late afternoon it's already dim. The sun barely tries in winter. Shadows stretch long. You rush to finish the day's tasks before the light fails. You patch walls with mud, rehang door hinges, fix a leaking roof with nothing but straw, a rock, and wildly misplaced optimism. Then you prep for the evening, stir the stew, stoke the fire, scrape the frost off the inside of your water bucket. You change into warmer clothes, which are the exact same clothes, but with one more layer of sadness. Dinner arrives, such as it is. A bit of stew, some bread, a communal mug of weak ale, or water that's been boiled 3 times just to make it less deadly. You sit near the hearth. Not too close, sparks, not too far, frostbite. You eat fast. The warmth fades quickly. Afterward there's no winding down. You're still spinning thread, mending socks, patching cloaks, scraping soot. Children sleep near the fire in a tangle of limbs and snoring. Adults stay up, not for leisure, but because the fire needs tending and tomorrow's firewood needs hauling. If you're lucky, there's a song. Someone sings softly while spinning or shelling peas. It's not joyful, but it is comfort. A reminder that life still exists outside the labour. Just barely. Night falls early. You lay down in the same clothes, under the same damp blanket, on the same straw mattress. You listen to the wind rattle the shutters. You hear the goat fart in its sleep. You hope the roof holds. You hope tomorrow is warmer, or at least not worse. You fall asleep mid-thought. Not because you're calm, but because exhaustion is the only lullaby you can afford. Of course, this is just one day. Tomorrow you do it all again. Every chore repeats. Every moment aches. There's no such thing as catching up, only falling behind more slowly. Holidays are rare and misleading. A day off might mean attending church in the cold, standing for hours while a priest reminds you that suffering is good for the soul. Then you return home and catch up on the chores you couldn't do because of all that spiritual enrichment. The rhythm of winter life is monotony with stakes. You don't do chores to feel productive. You do them because not doing them means someone doesn't eat, doesn't warm up, doesn't make it through February. The margin for error is microscopic. A torn cloak, a lost hat, a broken tool, all potential disasters. Every task, no matter how small, hums with quiet urgency. And still, you keep going, because you must. Because no one else is going to haul that water, mend that wool, feed that goat, or boil that grey, slightly suspicious stew. This is your life. This is your winter. And the chore never ends. Sometimes you wonder what it would be like to rest. Truly rest. To sit, to breathe, to not have a list in your head that stretches from dawn to dusk. But rest is a luxury. Movement is survival. So you shift the logs, fold the wool, quiet the baby. Nod to your spouse across the hearth. Another day done. Another set just like it to come. The work doesn't stop, but neither do you. Even in sleep, your body aches with memory. The blisters, the burns, the bruises. They don't heal. They just become part of you. Like the smoke in your clothes. Like the frost on the windowsill. Like the life you never chose, but live anyway. You don't choose to get sick in the Middle Ages. You just wake up one morning and realise your nose won't stop running. Your throat feels like you gargled pine cones. And someone seems to be inflating your joints from the inside. Congratulations. You're now fighting off something that doesn't have a name, a cure, or even polite bedside manner. You're not sure if it's a cold, the flu, or medieval tuberculosis. But it's yours now. Getting sick in the winter is almost a rite of passage. The hut is damp. The air is cold. The fire went out during the night, and you've been breathing in smoke, goat dander, and spores from the wall moss since October. No one knows what germs are yet, but your body does, and it's currently throwing a tantrum about it. Everyone coughs, everyone sneezes. No one covers their mouth, because nobody has tissues, and personal hygiene is just a rumour. The children are all sick, the old people are sick, the livestock might be sick. You're holding on, barely, by drinking boiled nettle tea and hoping the smell alone doesn't finish you off. The remedies? Oh, you're going to love them. There's bleeding, of course. That's the go-to for everything from headaches to heartbreak. Someone shows up with a dull knife or a friendly neighbourhood leech and decides the solution to your fever is less blood. Does it work? Absolutely not. Does it make you lightheaded enough to forget your symptoms for a while? Yes, actually. Then there's the herbal tea route. Mixtures of whatever dried weeds the village healer found before the snow came. Yarrow, wormwood, nettle. Maybe a handful of unidentified moss and a generous pinch of superstition. You boil it in a cracked clay pot, strain it through your sleeve, and sip it slowly while trying to ignore the fact that it tastes like bitter mud and betrayal. Of course, you might also be advised to fast, because clearly what a body fighting off infection needs is less food. Bread is already hard to come by. Pottage has turned to grey sludge. Fasting for spiritual purification is just code for rationing when the pantry looks like a haunted pantry. Other cures include steam inhalation from the same pot you just boiled your soup in, prayer, the longer the better, and, in extreme cases, applying hot coals near the skin to draw out the poison, which works about as well as it sounds. Medical help, such as it is, depends entirely on who shows up first. If it's the village healer, you might get a poultice and some herbs. If it's the priest, expect prayers, holy water, and a gentle reminder that maybe you brought this on yourself by skipping mass. And if it's the barber surgeon, well, start writing your will. The barber surgeon arrives with a sack of instruments that haven't seen soap since the last plague. He's cheerfully optimistic. You, less so. He looks at your swollen leg and mutters something about humours, then pulls out a saw and a tankard of ale. Anaesthetic? Don't be silly. You'll bite on a stick and scream into the void like everyone else. Sometimes they'll prescribe purging, either up or down, depending on which end is more offended by your condition. Laxatives made from boiled bark or dried beetles. Emetics brewed from wine and sadness. You're not just sick anymore. You're violently sick, aggressively sick, the kind of sick that leaves you questioning your commitment to staying alive. Still, some people do recover. You lie in your straw bed for days, sweating through wool, alternating between shivering and hallucinating. The fire is low. The hut is dark. The air smells like damp wool and whatever herbal nightmare you drank earlier. And somehow you pull through. But not everyone is so lucky. Illness spreads fast in a small sealed box filled with smoke, livestock, and zero ventilation. You cough. Your child coughs. Your neighbour coughs through the wall. Within a few days, half the village is sniffling, wheezing, or laid out flat under mouldy blankets, being fed onion water and last rites in equal measure. No one knows what's causing it, so naturally people guess. Maybe it's bad air. Maybe it's a curse. Maybe old Maud gave someone a funny look in church last week, and now the whole street's coughing blood. Superstition mixes with desperation until you're hanging herbs over doorways, burning dried sage, and sleeping with iron under the bed to ward off evil spirits. It doesn't work, but at least it smells nicer than the goat. The worst part is you can't stop working. You're sick, but the firewood still needs chopping. The cow still needs milking. Your kids still expect dinner, even if it's just a steaming bowl of hope and nettles. Rest is a luxury reserved for corpses. So you stagger out of bed, wrap yourself in every piece of wool you own, and shuffle through the snow like a disgruntled ghost. And all the while, the risk looms that this won't just be a cold, that it's the start of something darker. Typhoid, pneumonia, the kind of thing that doesn't announce itself, just takes you quietly in the night. That's the real fear, not the pain, but the silence that follows. If the sickness gets worse, the signs are clear. The fever spikes. Your breath rattles. You stop getting out of bed. Someone lays a cloth over your forehead and pretends it's helping. The priest is summoned. Not the healer, not the barber. Just the man in robes who says it's time to prepare your soul. Confession comes quickly. You mumble out every sin you can remember, even ones you probably didn't commit, just to cover your bases. The priest nods solemnly and sprinkles you with holy water that smells faintly of mildew and desperation. He says words in Latin. You don't understand them, but they sound final. Your family gathers. No one says it, but they're preparing. The pot of herbs simmers quietly. Bread is saved. A blanket is tucked in a little tighter. There's a moment, just one, where you lock eyes with your spouse and realise neither of you is sure which of you will survive this winter. But sometimes, mercifully, the fever breaks. One morning, you wake up and the fire is still burning. Your breath doesn't catch. Your fingers can move. The room still smells like death warmed over, but at least it's warm. You've made it, barely, and now comes the long road back to functional. Recovery, however, is not glamorous. Your legs are weak. Your back aches. You haven't eaten solid food in days, and even if you had some, your stomach's not convinced it wants it. You get up too fast and nearly faint into the fire. Your first trip outside feels like crossing a frozen tundra on legs made of disappointment. No one throws a celebration. You just pick up where you left off. There's kindling to split, cloaks to mend, and a suspiciously bloated pig to investigate. If your voice still cracks from the infection, too bad. If you lost a few pounds, well, silver lining, less strain on your shoes. And just because you survived this one doesn't mean you're done. Illness never really leaves. It waits. In the corner, in the wind, in the shared mug or the unwashed cloth. You live in a world where health is a passing visitor, not a resident. Still, you carry on, because there's no other option. You cough less. You breathe a little easier. You no longer see strange shapes in the corner of the room. The colour returns to your face, along with the weight of everything that still needs doing. Because in the Middle Ages, illness comes free. But survival, that's extra. You don't brag about surviving. You don't even talk about it. You just wake up the next day, pull on your patched tunic, and start hauling water again. Because in this world, staying alive is the only proof you ever get that you were strong enough. And even that, in a winter like this, feels like a small kind of miracle. Truly, authority in medieval Europe wasn't a suggestion. It was a fact of life, like mud, cold, and that one neighbour who always smells like pickled turnips. And in the dead of winter, when hunger thinned patience and tempers ran short, obedience wasn't just expected, it was enforced. You don't talk back. You don't complain. You don't ask why unless you enjoy the taste of public punishment and splinters. From the lord of the manor to the local priest, everyone above you in the hierarchy expects immediate compliance, and they've got a belt, a staff, or a scripture ready to remind you. Start with the manor lord. He owns the land. Technically, you don't even rent it. You just live there, like a tolerated parasite. You farm his fields, pay your dues, and bow when he rides past, even if your back's already broken. If he says jump, you ask how high, then jump anyway just in case he meant it metaphorically. Refuse? That's cute. Let's see how funny that is when he finds you, takes your grain, or throws you in the stocks during a snowstorm. The stocks, by the way, are winter's least cosy seating arrangement. Wooden planks clamp your arms and neck, while your neighbours get to walk by and admire your poor life choices. It's cold. It's humiliating. And if someone's feeling festive, they might throw something. Turnips if they're nice, rocks if they're not. You don't protest. That might get you a second round. But lords weren't your only problem. The church was just as powerful, and arguably more terrifying. God might forgive, but the local priest? Not so much. He watches everything. Who misses Mass? Who works on holy days? Who might be secretly coveting someone else's goat? And he keeps a record, not just for spiritual purposes, but for leverage. One misplaced comment and suddenly you're accused of blasphemy, or witchcraft, or worse, forgetting to tithe. Speaking of tithes, they're not optional. You give 1/10 of everything you produce, even if that means you don't have enough left for yourself. Grain, eggs, chickens, your dignity, the church takes its share. And if you fall short, you don't get a reminder notice. You get a sermon delivered in front of everyone, complete with meaningful stares and eternal consequences. The preacher's power isn't in muscle, it's in memory. He remembers who skipped prayers, who whispered during Mass, who dared to question why Lent means eating boiled weeds for 6 weeks. And in the winter, when everyone's cranky and coughing, it doesn't take much to land yourself in the pulpit's line of fire. Then there's the law, or whatever passes for it. The constable is often just a farmer with a stick and a vague sense of authority. Laws are less about justice and more about keeping people in line. Steal bread, lose a hand. Say something cheeky to a noble, lose a tongue. Gossip too loudly, get fitted for a scold's bridle. A lovely little iron mask with a mouthpiece designed to make you think twice before speaking a third time. Even private matters come with public consequences. If your child misbehaves, you're blamed. If your spouse curses, you both suffer. Discipline is a community affair. The whipping post doesn't care whose idea it was, just that someone gets hit. And don't get too clever. Intelligence, in this world, is suspicious. Reading is for priests. Curiosity is for troublemakers. If you ask too many questions, someone might accuse you of sorcery, which comes with a complimentary drowning or bonfire. If you're a woman, the rules are even stricter. You obey your father, then your husband, then your son, in that order. You speak softly, work constantly, and never give anyone a reason to point at you and whisper witch, because once that word is in the air, it doesn't matter what you've done. Healing someone? Witch. Knowing how herbs work? Witch. Talking back? Witch with extra kindling. And let's not forget your fellow villagers. They're not just bystanders. They're part of the system. That neighbour who smiled at you during market might report you for working on a saint's feast day. That cousin who borrows your firewood might also casually mention you muttered something unholy in your sleep. Surveillance isn't digital. It's human and deeply nosy. It's a culture of control. Everyone watches everyone else, and nobody is safe. The cold only sharpens the paranoia. Long nights breed longer grudges. One small slight, a stolen tool, a bad trade, a missing hen, can escalate into accusations, punishment, and public shame. And there's no appeal process. The closest thing to justice is hoping your Lord is in a good mood, and your priest didn't stub his toe on the altar steps that morning. Even jokes are dangerous. Say the wrong thing in the wrong tone, near the wrong person, and suddenly your sense of humour is considered evidence of sedition. Laughter is fine, if it's at the Lord's joke, at the priest's sermon, or at someone currently in the stocks. Anything else is suspicious. Winter makes everything worse. People are hungrier, colder, and meaner. Punishments hit harder when your skin's already chapped and your spirit's already cracked. A slap in summer is an inconvenience. In winter, it's a deep sting that doesn't fade for days. And with no ointments, you're left to treat your bruises with snow and silence. There's no village meeting to discuss grievances. There's just top-down orders and bottom-up obedience. And if you push back, if you speak your mind, advocate for fairness, or question why Father Thomas gets extra rations every Friday, well, you're courting a punishment that might outlive your usefulness to the village. Even animals get better treatment if they're productive. A healthy ox is more valuable than an injured peasant. A goat that gives milk gets fed before you do. Your worth is measured in output and obedience, not opinion. Stay in your place. Stay quiet. Stay useful. That's the unspoken motto, and winter only underlines it in frost. And yet, people adapt. They learn to bow without bending too far. They master the art of polite silence. They say yes with their mouth and not today with their eyes. Obedience becomes a skill, part survival tactic, part social performance. Children learn early. They're taught not just how to work, but how to act, how to speak to the Lord, how to avoid the priest's gaze, how to sit still at Mass and not giggle when old Margaret snores during the homily. You don't teach them to dream big. You teach them to stay small, unnoticed, and intact. Even religion, the supposed comfort in a world this hard, is used as a leash. You're reminded weekly, sometimes daily, that obedience brings salvation. That questioning is the road to hell. That God is watching, and also, coincidentally, so is Father Thomas, who seems a little too invested in whether or not you kneel deeply enough during prayer. At night, the village is quiet. Not peaceful, just quiet. The kind of quiet that sits heavy. You listen to the fire crackle, the wind moan, and the occasional footsteps of someone trudging home from the tavern. You lie still, wrapped in wool and fear, and think about how obedience kept you alive today. Not happy, not free, but alive. Tomorrow you'll wake up and obey again. Not because you believe in the system, but because survival depends on it. The price of winter is submission, and everyone pays whether they mean to or not. You don't question the cold. You don't question the rules. You just pull on your boots, bow your head, and keep moving. Because in the medieval winter, questioning authority isn't rebellious. It's suicidal. Even your thoughts aren't entirely your own. You shape them carefully, keep them quiet, tuck them away behind your eyes. Because in a world built on obedience, even thinking freely feels like a dangerous luxury. So you obey, you endure, and you wait for spring. Because in winter, even rebellion freezes. And you've got enough to survive without adding heresy to the list. So you lower your eyes, seal your lips, and carry on, like everyone else. You're not alone out here. And that's not meant in the comforting sense. The kind people say when offering a hug. It's the kind whispered by your inner voice when something howls in the woods, and your door isn't quite shut right. Because in the medieval winter, you're surrounded by things that want your food, your warmth, and occasionally your face. Wolves are the obvious concern. By December, they're starving. By January, they're bold. They prowl the edges of the forest, closer now than in summer, noses lifted toward your chimney smoke. They smell meat. They smell fear. They smell you. And when you walk alone, maybe to fetch firewood, maybe to empty the slop bucket, they watch. Sometimes they follow. They rarely attack outright, but you've heard stories. Everyone has. Some say they wait until you slip, until your lantern goes out, until your boot catches in a snowdrift and you fall face first in silence. Then it's over fast, or not fast at all. But wolves aren't the only ones watching. There are smaller predators, quieter, sneakier, and often already inside. Rats don't care about the cold. They've made themselves at home, tucked behind sacks of barley, scurrying under your straw bed, nibbling anything remotely edible, and some things that aren't. You've heard them at night, the gnawing, the skittering. The occasional scream from someone discovering a rat had made a nest in the laundry pile. They eat grain, soap, leather. They chew through your shoes, your belts, the bindings of the only book in town. If it can be chewed, it will be. And when food runs low, truly low, rats become more than pests. They become a test of what you're willing to kill in the name of dinner. Cats help when you've got them, but a good mouser in winter is almost worth more than a child. And they know it. They lord over the cottage like tiny monarchs, demanding warmth and respect in exchange for thinning the vermin herd. If they don't feel like hunting, well, too bad. The rats resume their midnight buffet, and you wake up to something missing a corner. Then there are the dogs, not all of them friendly. Some are village strays, half-wild things with torn ears and ribs showing through their fur. Most were abandoned when food got tight. Now they roam in loose packs, sniffing at doors, chasing chickens, and occasionally cornering someone too slow to close the gate. You don't trust them, they don't trust you. They bark at ghosts and sometimes at nothing at all. But when they're hungry enough, barking turns into biting. Out in the woods, you've heard rumours of lynxes. Rare, but not impossible. A blur of fur and claws that disappears before you're even sure it was real. Mostly they avoid people. Mostly. But if one showed up in the village, No one would be surprised, just unlucky. Boars are worse, big, mean, and stupid. They don't hunt you, they charge you, especially if they're cornered or desperate. You've heard of men losing legs to a wild boar tusk, or lives. In the leanest months, some still try to hunt them for meat. Sometimes they come back with dinner. Sometimes they don't come back at all. And just when you think the outside is bad, remember, the inside isn't much safer. The cold drives more than rats indoors. Spiders, beetles, centipedes, things that crawl and crunch underfoot, all come looking for warmth. You step on them barefoot at dawn and pretend not to scream. You sweep them into the hearth and watch them sizzle, then go back to stirring your soup like nothing happened. If you're storing food for winter, dried meat, apples, cheese, or salted fish, you guard it like treasure. Not because you're greedy, because you're in competition with everything else that breathes. The mice are relentless. The mould creeps faster than your fingers can scrape. And the family dog, if you have one, has taken to staring at the larder door like it's made of dreams. Some families hang food from the rafters to keep it safe, which works, until something climbs the wall and steals it anyway. You've found half-eaten sausages on the floor, tiny bite marks in your bread, and worse, droppings in the flour bin. You wipe them out, close the lid, and pretend it's still usable. Because waste is luxury, and you can't afford either. Even birds get strange in the cold. Crows seem to follow you, perching on rooftops, watching from fence posts, silent and waiting. You tell yourself it's superstition, but then you see 3 of them on the same beam above your front door, and wonder if they know something you don't. Winter sharpens everything. Sound carries further. Footsteps in snow echo louder. When you hear something outside, snapping branches, low growls, even the rhythmic crunch of approaching boots, your heart doesn't race. It locks up. Because sometimes it isn't an animal. Sometimes it's a person who's just as hungry as a wolf, and twice as desperate. Bandits don't take the season off. They're colder, hungrier, and more reckless. If they think your family has food, they might try the door, or break it down, which is why you sleep lightly with a blade near the bed, dull, rusted, but sharp enough to give you a fighting chance. You pray you never have to use it. And so, every noise becomes a question. Every gust of wind, every creak in the roof, every bump against the wall. Is it just the cold settling in? Or something trying to get in? You start to learn the language of winter. The way snow falls when something has moved through it. The silence that means something's watching. You listen differently. You think differently. You begin to count your food in days, not weight. You tuck your hands under your arms whenever you're not working, not because it's warm, but because frostbite doesn't ask permission. And you never, ever let your guard down. Because predators don't knock. They don't announce themselves. They just arrive, teeth bared, claws out, cold as the season itself. The church might preach that God watches over you, even in winter. But God doesn't patrol your chicken coop. He doesn't chase rats out of the cellar. And he doesn't leave tracks in the snow just beyond your door. So you check the locks. You double knot the rope. You leave the fire burning low and the knife where you can reach it. And when you sleep, it's the kind that ends at the smallest sound. Half rest, half readiness. Because winter isn't just cold. It's alive. It's hungry. And it's always waiting. In the mornings, you check for tracks. Not out of curiosity, out of necessity. A single line of paw prints across your garden means something visited. Maybe just passing through. Maybe scouting. Sometimes it's foxes, nosing around the chicken coop. Sometimes it's worse. You shovel snow from the path, not just to walk safely, but to erase evidence, to make your home look less tempting to whatever might be watching from the tree line. Some people hang charms above their doors. Bits of bone, carved wood, sprigs of dried herbs. Protection, they say. Against animals. Against spirits. Against luck turning sour. Whether they work is anyone's guess, but no one dares remove them. Your dreams turn strange. Teeth, eyes, heavy footsteps. You wake in a sweat, breath fogging in the cold air, and listen, just in case. Because winter in the medieval world doesn't just test your strength, it tests your sanity. It frays your nerves, your sleep, your sense of safety. Every dark night is a dare, every howl a reminder. Out here, you're not at the top of the food chain. You're just another creature trying to survive the cold. So you carry on. Eyes open, doors shut tight. Because in a medieval winter, staying warm is only half the battle. The rest is making sure nothing eats you before spring. And if something is hungry enough, it won't care whether you've prayed, prepared, or hidden well. It will just come, and you'll need to be ready. Because in a world like this, even rebellion freezes. When your food is gone, your toes are numb, and your roof leaks more than it covers. There's only one place left to turn. God. Or more specifically, the medieval church, which, depending on the day, is either your salvation or one more mouth demanding something from you. Religion in the Middle Ages wasn't optional. It was oxygen. It filled every hour, every room, every thought, especially in winter, when death felt closer than ever, and plagues liked to show up uninvited. You didn't just believe in God. You structured your life around the idea that He was watching, and that He wasn't thrilled. The church didn't just offer comfort. It offered rules, rigid ones. You attended Mass, even if the church was colder than outside. You fasted on command. You confessed things you weren't entirely sure were sins. And if you didn't, the consequences weren't just spiritual, they were social. People noticed, people talked, and nobody wanted to be the reason the harvest failed or the fever spread. The church building itself was no haven. Stone walls, dirt floors. A draft that seemed to aim directly at your spine. You'd huddle beside your neighbours, trying not to shiver loud enough to be accused of weakness, while the priest, layered in robes and spiritual authority, droned Latin none of you understood. But you nodded anyway, because it wasn't about comprehension. It was about obedience. Mass didn't pause for weather. If the river froze over, you crossed it. If your child had a cough that sounded like the devil himself had taken up residence in their lungs, you wrapped them up and brought them along. Missing Mass wasn't just frowned upon, it was noted. By the priest, by your neighbours, by that one old woman who never blinked and always sat in the front pew. And let's not forget tithing. 10% of everything you had, or were supposed to have, went to the church. Not 10% of your surplus. 10% of everything. Whether your family was living on turnip broth and stringy boiled oats didn't matter. The Lord still needed his cut. Apparently, heaven had expenses. During winter, religion wasn't just ritual. It was survival theatre. People prayed for everything: warmth, food, health, the strength not to strangle their in-laws after 3 months of being snowed in. Every problem had a saint. Sick cow? Saint Eligius. Frozen fingers? Saint Polycarp, probably. Lost your axe in the river? Saint Anthony. Lost your mind trying to survive January? Saint Dymphna, patron saint of those just barely holding it together. And then there were relics, bones, teeth, splinters of alleged crosses, handkerchiefs that once touched someone holy. These were housed in glass cases, silver boxes, or whatever could be fashioned out of melted down spoons. People would trudge through snow and slush for miles just to glimpse one, kiss it, and whisper a prayer. Not because they fully understood the theology, but because they were out of options. Miracles, at least in theory, were always possible. You could be healed, your baby could recover, your pig might stop foaming at the mouth, and if none of that happened, well, perhaps it was your fault for not believing hard enough, or for that unconfessed sin you were pretending didn't count because it happened in the dark. Confession was its own sort of winter ritual. You'd kneel in a wooden booth, knees frozen, voice low, whispering your sins to a man who already suspected what you were going to say. The priest didn't flinch. He'd heard worse. Always had. Adultery, theft, envy. That time you accidentally ate bacon on a fast day. You said your piece, got your penance, and left the booth feeling briefly lighter, until the guilt crept back in 5 minutes later. And then came fasting. Advent, Lent, Saint days, no meat, no eggs, sometimes no dairy, in the middle of winter. When you already hadn't tasted meat in a month, and your last egg froze solid before you could crack it. You'd huddle over your sad little stew, made from whatever hadn't moulded yet, and call it holy sacrifice. But you didn't dare question it. The church was everywhere. It owned land. It controlled calendars. It collected dues. And it told you explicitly that everything you endured in this life would be worth it if you followed the rules. And if you didn't, eternal fire. Not metaphorical fire. Actual burning, shrieking, forever fire. That's what waited for you if you slipped up. The weather itself was a sermon. A sudden storm. God's warning. A stretch of mild days. God's mercy. A frozen crop. Someone sinned. Who? Unclear. But someone. This turned villages into moral pressure cookers. Neighbours watched neighbours. The widow who muttered too loudly during Mass. The man who skipped Vespers. The child who asked too many questions. Any of them could be the reason the goats froze. The line between spiritual and social punishment blurred quickly. Gossip spread like frost across a field. You'd hear whispers, "She doesn't kneel properly," or "I saw him work on the Sabbath." The next thing you knew, you were at the centre of a prayer circle, or an accusation. And while you were freezing your extremities off, trying to be a good person, the priest lived just a little warmer. Not wealthy by noble standards, but definitely better off than you. He had wine. Actual wine. A private chamber. Possibly a feather pillow. And he reminded you often that your suffering was part of God's plan, which was convenient for him. Less so for you, but you still listened. Because what else was there? Hope, no matter how dim, was the product the church traded best. In a world where your child could die from a cough, and your neighbour could vanish beneath a collapsing roof, heaven offered a kind of cruel comfort. If this life was nothing but mud, hunger, and cold, then surely the next would be better. Golden streets, warm light, no frostbite, no rats. You held on to that vision, not because it made sense, but because it had to. Because otherwise you were just surviving for the sake of suffering. and that was too much for anyone to admit out loud. You'd carve little crosses into the beams above your bed, whisper rosaries in the dark, tie charms to your belts, saints for safety, saints for sleep, saints for not dying before morning. Every tiny ritual was a rebellion against despair. You couldn't fix the cold, you couldn't fix the hunger, but maybe you could stay in God's good graces long enough to see spring, and that meant keeping the faith, even if your knees bled from kneeling, even if your prayers went unanswered, even if, deep down, you weren't sure anyone was listening. And when someone did die, which in winter was often, it was the church that guided their body to rest. Or tried to. The ground was frozen. Graves had to be hacked open with picks, or left shallow and marked for later. The priest would mutter Latin over a frost-covered shroud, incense freezing mid-swing, as the living buried the dead with red fingers and numb faces. Sometimes the body couldn't even be moved. A makeshift service might be held in a barn, or right there in the house, as family members huddled beside the wrapped form, praying it wouldn't attract wolves before morning. But the church had answers for that too. Death was a passage, a test. The cold couldn't follow you into heaven. The hunger would end. The pain was temporary, if you believed, and if you obeyed. So even in the worst moments, kneeling in a church so cold, your breath fogs the hymnal, confessing sins just to feel some control, praying to a saint you barely remember the name of, you kept going. Because faith, in the medieval winter, wasn't just about salvation. It was about survival. And when the cold howled loudest, it wasn't the fire or the food that kept people going. It was the quiet hope that someone, somewhere, was listening. Because in a world ruled by frost and famine, belief was the last thing that couldn't be taken. There's a lie people like to believe about winter, that it ends in March. That spring arrives like clockwork, just when it's needed most. Flowers blooming, birds returning, the sun stretching its golden fingers across thawing fields. But in the Middle Ages, winter didn't care about calendars. It came when it wanted, left when it was finished. And sometimes it didn't leave at all. March could be just as cruel as January. Snow still fell. Ice still clung to the eaves like it had paid rent. The wind kept howling, and the sun stayed low, pale, and deeply unhelpful. Mud replaced snow, but that didn't mean life got easier. It just meant your boots got heavier. Spring was a rumour. Hope was a dangerous luxury. By the time the snow finally melted, the damage had already been done. The ground thawed, yes, but the people didn't. What winter didn't freeze, it starved. What it didn't starve, it broke. Bones, tools, spirits. Some families came through it thinner. Some didn't come through at all. You'd walk into town in April and find doors still shut, chimneys still cold. No smoke, no footprints, just silence and that particular kind of stillness that means someone didn't make it. Maybe it was the old man whose cough never got better. Maybe it was the woman who gave her bread to her children until there wasn't enough left for herself. Maybe it was the child who got sick in February and just faded. Funerals were quiet affairs, if they happened at all. By late winter, the graveyard had filled faster than anyone expected. The earth was too hard to dig properly for most of the season, so bodies were sometimes wrapped and kept in barns or caves until the ground could be broken. You'd smell them before you saw them, and even if you survived, you didn't exactly celebrate. You didn't burst into song at the sight of a crocus. You stared at the dirt like it owed you something. Like maybe, if you waited long enough, it would give something back. Food, hope, a reason. Spring was not a joyful rebirth. It was a slow, muddy crawl out of the grave you nearly slipped into. You were alive, yes, but different. A little quieter, a little thinner. You laughed less. You trusted less. You had seen what hunger could do, what cold could steal, what desperation could turn people into. You didn't talk about it, not directly, but you saw it in each other, in the way people flinched at loud noises, hoarded crumbs, stared too long at piles of firewood as if counting them like coins. You could tell who had seen someone die. You could tell who had buried their own. And the hunger didn't end just because winter did. Your stores were empty, your livestock thin. Nothing had grown yet. It would be weeks, months even, before the fields fed you again. Until then, it was the waiting game. You boiled the same roots. You baked the same rock-hard bread. You hoped the rains came and not another frost. And then there was the work. Winter didn't just starve you. It broke your tools, rotted your thatch, collapsed your sheds. Spring meant fixing everything. Fences, roofs, wheels, muscles. You had to patch, plant, chop, haul. There were no breaks, just new tasks stacked on top of the old ones. You planted seeds with fingers still cracked from frost. You hoed soil while coughing up the tail end of a January illness. You did all this while pretending you weren't still hungry, weren't still grieving, weren't still having dreams about being chased barefoot through snow by something with your brother's face. Records from the time, where they exist, speak more in silence than statistics. Parish logs list who was buried, but not why. Chroniclers write of harsh seasons, of unusual mortalities. They don't mention that a village of 60 might be 40 by April, that 10-year-olds looked 20, that women miscarried from cold alone. What we know is this: medieval winter wasn't something you got through. It was something you survived, in the strictest sense. You made it to the other side, not untouched, not whole, just breathing. And even that was rare. No one talked about trauma. The word didn't exist. But the symptoms did. In every hollow stare, every child who flinched at the wind, every man who woke up shouting in the middle of the night. You were expected to move on, to rebuild, to be grateful. But some people didn't move on. Some stopped talking. Some drank more. Some prayed more. Some just faded. They worked the fields without speaking, ate without tasting, looked through their families like strangers. These were the survivors too. The church offered language for some of it: divine testing, trials, purification through suffering. But even that started to feel thin when your baby didn't wake up, or your mother was buried with the thaw. God's will only goes so far before it starts sounding like a shrug. But still, you kept going, because there wasn't another option. You fed the chickens. You mended the door. You taught your surviving child how to tell if the flour had gone sour. Life resumed, not because it got better, but because no one told it to stop. And eventually, one day in late May, something green would appear. Not much, just a sprout. A weed, probably. But still. It was enough to stop and look at. Enough to feel, briefly, like the world might soften again. Spring didn't erase anything. It just buried it under fresh chores and thinner shadows. The losses stayed. The silence remained. You remembered every name that didn't make it, And when the thaw revealed things lost in snow, a boot, a rusted knife, a child's doll, you picked them up gently and didn't say a word. You'd hear laughter again eventually. Quiet, careful laughter. Around a new fire, beside a pot of something marginally more edible. It wouldn't last long, but it was something. A child might chase a chicken through the yard. Someone might play a tune on a battered flute. The smell of wet earth and budding grass replaced the stink of mildew and death. Not joy, not yet, but motion. And that was the best you could ask for. You didn't expect happiness, just less pain. You learned to plant early, to store better, to brace harder. But you also knew, deep in your bones, that next winter could be worse. It was always just a matter of when. And so you lived, with scars, with stories, with a cautious kind of hope. You didn't talk about the worst of it, because what was the point? Everyone had their own version. Everyone had frozen fingers, buried kin, or nights they weren't sure they'd wake from. You walked past the churchyard and didn't look too long. You saw the new growth and felt the old grief. And when someone asked how your winter was, you just nodded, said, "We made it," because that was all anyone ever said. The truth was longer, messier, colder. It lived in the corners of the room, in the way you wrapped your cloak tighter, even in the sun, in the way you counted your food twice, in the way you listened for wolves, even in spring. Survival wasn't triumph. It was just endurance. But in the Middle Ages that was enough. So you wiped your hands, fed the fire, planted the next seed, and waited for the cold to come again. Because in a time when nothing was promised, not warmth, not food, not tomorrow, making it through winter was the closest thing peasants had to a miracle. And for most, there were no songs, no records, no legacies, just another spring, and the quiet proof that they were still here. Because survival didn't make you a hero. It just meant you were still standing when the snow finally gave up. And that, in the medieval winter, was the only victory that mattered. One more breath. One more season. Endure.